Yeah. Just say I got it. Yeah, yeah. My hands are busy. Yeah, it needs to be a bit. Let that off for a wee second so I can catch the float with it. That's it, just catch the float with it. Is it just the 4 Allens?
Just need a couple of minutes, you're helping for one of it.
No, just the one. Right, doesn't matter what I do, you can see it straight, okay? Alright.
Yeah, you're all clear, yeah.
Either way, we'll focus that way.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to a still damp but slightly sunnier, brighter than yesterday Doune Hill Climb for the final weekend of the Scottish Hillclimb Championship, and of course the penultimate rounds of the penultimate weekend, I should say, of the British Hillclimb Championship for 2024. Do let us know if you're watching the stream, whereabouts you're watching from. Great to have you on board, and obviously we've got an incredible day's action ahead of us here at Doune. 2 rounds, 2 runoffs, actually 4 runoffs as well if you put the tin tops in there as well, so plenty of exciting British Championship action coming up to you later, and also of course the conclusion to the Scottish Hillclimb Championship, which we are actually seeing playing out right now, because Alex Howells in the Hillman Imp is the first of our timed runners in the Scottish Championship for today. These drivers had their first event yesterday, so they got 3 timed runs in by the end of the day, and this is the first of likely to be 2 timed runs for the Scottish competitors today, hopefully 3, but there's a lot of action to get through before we get there. And as you can see, the track is not dry here at Doune. It's still slippy, still greasy, but if the forecast is to be believed, we should be seeing that dry out slowly throughout the day, and hopefully we can have some dry times coming in. Alex Howells first across the beam, 69.23. That is a good 4 seconds quicker than Alex's run this morning in practice. Jody Gordon crosses the line, 55.18. Jody taking a commanding victory yesterday in Class A1, and will be looking to do the same again today. Guy McKenzie across the line as well, 55.26 for Guy. These are all the double-driven competitors in the road car classes competing today in the Scottish. There are some competitors that are competing in the Scottish event that are also competing in the British event, so we won't see them until a little bit later on in the day, so we'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. The likes of Gary Warren looking for overall victory in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship. In fact, I believe he may have wrapped up the championship already, and he will be competing as part of the British event today, but also at the same time competing in the Scottish event, so you're going to have to keep an eye on the timing screens throughout the day to see how everyone compares. Mike King, the final of our double-driven cars for this particular batch, across the line. That's Class A9. Only a couple of Mazda MX-5s out there this weekend. In fact, one Mazda MX-5 that's being shared by father and son, Mike and Jim. And Mike's been putting in a stellar performance all season, looking to take the points to clinch that class. And it's a 57.04 there this morning. I will try and keep an eye on the stream as well, so if anyone has any questions or comments coming in, we'll try and bring them to you. We've got viewers over in Australia, we've got viewers in Troon, York. We hope you're all having a good morning. So you will have seen on the stream, if you were tuned in earlier, the first practice run for everyone here. So that's the Scottish competitors and the British Championship competitors. Of course, there are other national championships taking place within this event as well. So there's plenty of points to be scored and standings to be decided. And of course, your event winners as well. So lots of competition throughout the day. Obviously, with the practice runs out the way, every single run from now until the end of proceedings today will be a run that matters, in a sense. It's going to be a competition run or a runoff. So from now to the end, there's not one run that doesn't count for anything. So drivers are really going to have to try and pull one out the bag in these damp and tricky conditions. There you can see the batch coming down the hill on your screen now. Some of the top British contenders who have just had their first practice run. if you're tuned in for the next 30-40 minutes, you'll see the whole Scottish field, and then of course you'll be able to see those first timed runs, the ones that matter for the runoff. We could see a champion crowned today as well, potentially, in the British Hillclimb Championship, a new champion in Matthew Ryder, but still a long way to go. Matthew's still got to get some big points on the board, but he's certainly in a strong position. Very tricky position to be in though at Doune, especially when it's damp, because knowing you just have to get a good score under your belt, you don't want to risk anything too much around here, because if you make a small mistake in the damp, it's going to have consequences here at Doune. So it's such a fine line for the drivers here to decide just how hard they want to push it. And if you're going for a championship, well, obviously the nature of that is you're going to have to be absolutely on the limit all the time and giving it everything. But it's a tricky place to do that. So huge credit to all the drivers here at Doune that are competing for top honours. We've got viewers in County Antrim, viewers in Aberdeen, North Carolina, New Zealand, Channel Islands as well. Great to have you all watching the stream. So we're just seeing the batch now return to the bottom, and we will be getting going with some of the early classes in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship finale. So first man up the hill is likely to be Ewan Bruce. We're going to have a great battle in Class A1, which is for the road saloon cars up to 1400. Plenty of different cars and contenders in there. You've got the Gordons in their Peugeot 205. You've obviously got the Howells in the Imp. Ian Wright in the Honda Jazz, Sam Shaw in the Fox, John Hamilton, Anthony Reid, Pete Lawton in his Peugeot as well, so big competition in Class A1. Some new names here today that weren't here yesterday as well. Nicholas Allen in Class A2. Travelled up from Norwich to be here for one day of the event. So great to see another Clio in Class A2. That brings the total to 3 for the road saloon cars between 1400 cc's and up to 2 litre. And we also saw a great battle in A3 yesterday too. The four-wheel drive machinery at the top of the class. David Reed, Thomas and Tommy Rapson all fighting it out. Very, very closely matched all day between the three of them. And then for the battle of the two-wheel drives, Brian Wilson taking 4th in the class, fastest of the front-wheel drive cars, ahead of some of the other minis. Jim Howarth, ahead of the Astra of Simon Rothney. Brian Hunter as well in a mini. So we're hearing it's Dreek and Fife, according to Paul. It's a bit Dreek here, to be honest, but you know what? I've seen a forecast. I'm not going to say anything too much, but it's not looking so bad here at Doune. It didn't really dry overnight. There was a small rain shower that did come across, but generally speaking, the surface looks very, very similar to how it did yesterday morning. So that's the thing with Doune as well. All the trees cover, lack of sunlight at the moment. It's just not drying very quickly, but that doesn't mean with all these cars coming up that it will dry. And there we have Ewan Bruce taken to the line. This is the first ever junior competitor in Scotland between 14 and 16 years old to be eligible for this class. Only for cars up to 110 brake horsepower, standard road cars, but it's absolutely brilliant, as I was saying yesterday, to see juniors getting a chance to get behind the wheel and compete, and Ewan Bruce is doing exactly that. He is competing at a very high level straight away, putting in some great times. So we'll see how he gets on today. This will be a good indication of how the conditions are. Yesterday, Ewan's fastest run was a 62.3. So that's what we've got to compare it to. There he goes off the line then. 3.04 to 64 foot. Ewan did have a little brush of the wall around Oak Tree yesterday, so we'll be looking to keep it a little bit more tidy in there. The existing class record in this junior class, 61.82 from Ewan back in June, but he'll be hoping for drier conditions to try and achieve that later today. He was pretty close yesterday with a 62.3. Through the Garden Gate split. He's looking competitive here though. This is a good run from Ewan. I tell you what, he could be pushing this record here. 33.05 to junction. That is about 7/10 quicker than he was yesterday. So if Ewan can keep this together, he could be looking at a new class record here in the juniors. 61.82 is the time we're looking to beat here for Ewan if he wants to take that record away from himself. Heading into the S's, 50.36 at the moment, so again looking strong. Track beginning to show signs of grip at the top of the hill, so I think we might be in for a good set of runs here. Ewan's going to cross the line. It's going to be a new class record, 61.15. Fantastic job there from Ewan Bruce. Nice and tidy run up the hill. Looks as experienced as anyone else out there. And he will be thoroughly happy with that, especially considering it's not fully dry conditions. So we'd love to see what Ewan can do when it does fully dry up. And that's going to be it for the first season of the junior class in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship. So well done, Ewan, for representing that class, and hopefully we'll have more people out to play with you very soon, because I know that there are plenty of hungry juniors out there who would love to take part in this. But yeah, Ewan proving exactly why that class exists and why it should exist. Into A1 then, and it's Ian Wright and the Honda Jazz. Through junction, 33.42. Now in this class we've only seen 2 runners so far today, and that was the double driven entries, Jody Gordon and Alex Howells. Jody towards the top of the class and Alex and the Hillman Imp battling away with Jenny. Ian third after the practice runs on a 63.99, so let's see what he can do here then. And it definitely looks like conditions are better now than they were earlier this morning. There's been no rain since then, and the times are going to absolutely prove that. 60.81 then for Ian Wright. Slots into the middle, so second out of the 3 cars that have gone in A1. Meanwhile, Sam Shaw and his Fox. You may or may not notice a few scratches on that car, because I was told by my colleague John Brown, you did have a bit of a brush of the wall, but nothing that's going to affect the actual performance of the car at least. And good to see Sam back out there pushing the Fox. Not the sort of car you see very often in competitive hill climbing, but he's doing a great job, and we love to see cars like this in the road class. Sam coming towards the line now. Is he going to beat Alex Howells' 69.23? Yes, he is. So 68.47 for Sam Shaw. Next through Meadow, we have John Hamilton in the Mini. Anthony Reid off the line as well in the stunning Datsun Cherry. Such an eclectic mix of machinery out here today at Doune. You're going to see plenty more where that came from as the runners continue through. But John Hamilton now heading towards the final corner. He's not going to be quicker than Ian Wright, but he is going to slot into third in class currently, 63.24 for John. John was right in the middle of the class after the practice run this morning, so I think that time probably going to slot him in somewhere similar by the time everyone else does their runs today. And Anthony Reid in the Datsun Cherry heading up towards East Bray, looking all neat and tidy. Into the S's, you can see the drivers there bouncing from one curb to the other. Get as close to that cone as you can. Hug the Armco there, a slightly dry line appearing through the last corner. Get on the power, be careful not to drop a wheel onto the outside there, onto the dirt. And it's a 64.27 for Anthony, which is just behind John Hamilton by a second. Does slot him ahead of Sam Shaw though, into fourth in class. And then we have Pete Lawton next up in the Peugeot 106. Pete absolutely loves this car. He thoroughly enjoys taking it to events, and it's going really well too. Immaculately prepared, and he is also right in the thick of the action in the middle of the class. We saw Pete fourth after the practice run this morning, just ahead of John Hamilton in the Mini, so he'll be looking to hang on to that. His target therefore probably going to be the 63.24 set by John just a minute ago. 22.63 to Garden Gate. So he's just a tenth and a half up on John Hamilton at that point in the hill. 33.17 is the split to junction. So he's increasing that gap now, I think, to John Hamilton. So it looks like Pete Lawton is going to slot in ahead. The question is how much. Not quite sure if Pete got that right there into the final corner, looking a little bit hesitant, but it's going to come across the line, 61.07. So that does put him straight up to third in class. In fact, he got pretty close to Ian Wright there on the 60.81, so a good run there for Pete Lawton. I'm sure he'll be happy enough with that. Nicholas Allen now on circuit, as we say, new to the hill today. It wasn't here yesterday. Driven all the way up from Norwich to be here. and so clearly a big fan of Doune in the Clio 172. 54.99 through the S's. This is, of course, now on to Class A2. We've got 3 Clios representing this class today. 65.98 over the line for Nicholas, which is a solid improvement on this morning. Andy Smith next up. Of course, many may recognise Andy more from working on DJs. Of course, the brains behind DJ. And we've seen him working on many of Alex Summers' cars in the past as well. So very familiar face in the British paddock, but good to see him out competing in a real Clio this time around. Something a bit different for Andy. 60.18 across the line. So a good chunk ahead of Nicholas Allen as it stands, but probably not going to be enough to stop this man, Derek Rothney. Derek fighting for second place in the road car division overall in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship this season. It's a very, very quick Clio. Derek's a very quick driver as well, so it's a frighteningly quick combination. Getting very close to the Armco there, you can see how hard he's pushing. And he's actually going to be looking as well to some of the competitors in A3 here, but it's going to be a 52.38 for Derek, which I'm sure he'll be happy with in these damp conditions. 49 seconds is his best run in the dry, so it's clearly not too bad out there. 3-second difference. Brian Wilson getting A3 underway. As I say, Brian was happy with how he went yesterday. Fastest of the two-wheel drive runners in Class A3, which brought him a 4th place finish. 46.8 as he heads into the S's now, around the final corner. And Brian's going to come across the line. More proof that the conditions are better. It's 56.34, so it's a good 3 seconds quicker than this morning. We'll just have to wait and see how everybody else slots in around that. A 3-way fight for the class win here between the Rapsons and David Reed, and we hope to see that continue. Meanwhile, the battle of the minis. Jim Howarth, the second to take to the hill. 50.43 to the S's, so it's going to be a little bit away from Brian's 56.34. Going to just fall after the 60 barrier. It's going to be 61.13 for Jim. Still got Brian Hunter in the third of our minis to go as well. Meanwhile, Simon Rothney takes the very powerful Vauxhall Astra VXR up the hill. Simon, son of Derek Rothney. And this is his first full season competing in the Scottish Sprint and Hillclimb Championship. Really enjoying it. Done many events this year and doing a great job in that Astra, getting to grips with it. It's got a huge amount of power, as you can probably hear and see. It's just a question of getting that power down on the road. But no, Simon is having a good season, currently sitting in the top 6 in the road car division. And it's a 62.53 there, not quite enough to jump ahead of Jim. That sound was Tommy Rapson in the Audi TT 4-wheel drive. And the sound you probably heard over the mic there was son Thomas lighting up the tyres in the Subaru. Another 4-wheel drive, very powerful car. Now, Thomas and Tommy have been so closely matched all season. At Gillespie last weekend, they could barely be split. This is another father and son combo driving 2 different cars in the same class. Just brilliant to see. And Tommy Rapson having a great season in the Audi, fighting for a top 2 position in the road car division. Just behind David Reed, who's leading that at the moment. So let's see what Tommy can do then. He's also going to be keeping an eye on Derek Rothney's time as well. 51.92 for Tommy Rapson. So that's the class lead. That's the benchmark then for Thomas, who's just up the road behind him in that blue Subaru Impreza, and David Reed in another black Subaru Impreza to come up just after. So Tommy Rapson then, 51.92, is slightly quicker than Derek Rothney's 52.38. So in terms of the overall road car division, fighting for second place in the championship, those two are very closely matched, and it looks like Tommy's got the advantage at the moment. 4-wheel drive helping in these damp conditions, but Derek's going to give it all he can as well. Meanwhile, Thomas Rapson looking to beat that 51.92, powers towards the line, gets a little bit squirrely out of the final corner and does it. 51.44 for Thomas. So takes the class lead then by half a second. Hello and welcome to everyone who's joining the stream. Great to have you on board. Next up is going to be Brian Hunter, another one of the mini competitors in Class A3. Brian 48.19 to the split, heading into the S's. Looks neat and tidy through there. Is he going to beat Jim Howarth? Yes, he is, comfortably actually. 58.03. Still about a second, more than a second and a half behind Brian in the battle of the minis, but a good run nonetheless for Brian Hunter. David Reed next up then, who led the class early on yesterday but was actually beaten by both Rapsons late in the day. But David now coming through the S's will be looking to take that class win. Already looking very strong in terms of the overall championship for the road car division. 52.39 there for David. Sees him actually fall into third place. So Thomas Rapson leads the class then, ahead of Tommy Rapson and then David Reed. And we will expect that battle to continue later on. Now moving into Class A5, Lovett Fraser in the Raw Striker. Heading up towards East Bray now. Lovett just a little bit behind the Mackenzie brothers in their Caterham yesterday, but hopefully can get a little bit closer today for Lovett's sake. Through the final corner though, looking nice and neat and tidy. Beautiful line there from Lovett, and he's going to cross the line in a 57.36. Guy Mackenzie earlier in the double driven batch did a 55.26, so Lovett still a couple of seconds away from this Caterham 7, and this is Jamie looking to contend with that 55.26 from brother Guy earlier in terms of the split times. It's looking good actually for Jamie at the moment. He's a full second up to Junction. Coming through the S's, 45.28. Again, he's a second up. Slightly clawed back there from Guy in the next sector, but this is going to be a class leading time from Jamie for sure. 54.62, so yeah. Guy definitely quicker in the second half of the run, but Jamie about a second quicker the first half. Taking the class lead there by about 6/10. And that's going to round off Class A5, just the three competitors. So it's Jamie Mackenzie leading from Guy Mackenzie second and Lovett Fraser in third. And we now jump up to Class A8 for the Mark Road Sports Cars. Just two competitors here this weekend. Jim Sugden in this GTM Libra and Neil Ross in the Porsche Boxster. Jim 64.99 across the line as Neil Ross heads towards the meadow, pushing that Boxster. Nice line through the meadow, good speed carried, heavy braking up towards East Bray. It's such a steep uphill, you can really brake late and use the slope, but if you get it wrong, you're still going to go shooting off onto the grass, which we saw far too many times yesterday. It's always the case with a damp dune. It's the one place on the hill you can afford to get it wrong a little bit and get away with it. 57.26 there for Neil Ross in the Porsche. So comfortably takes the class lead then in A8. And now Jim King in the MX-5. Again, just the two MX-5 class competitors today, Jim and son Mike. And Mike's been looking really strong all season, all weekend, so wouldn't be surprised to see that form continue. Mike's run this morning though, 57.04. Jim's going to get very close, but he's not quite going to do it. 57.89, so slots into second there in class. About 0.8 of a second behind Mike. And that's all we have, of course, then in Class A9. Moving on now to B5 and Stuart Dow. Already confirmed as the champion of the modified division for the Scottish Hillclimb Championship this year. He's had a stellar season, has Stuart, in the Caterham. 51.51 in his 1600cc car. So a nice run from Stuart Dow there. Only one in his class, unfortunately, but looking to still take modified honours. But as I say, yeah, well clear in the lead of the championship. So it's been a great season for Stuart. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. And it's an immaculately prepared car. Handles really well, looks fantastic, and Stuart drives it well too. So well done to Stuart for a great season. John Welsh next. This is now Class A6, so we're jumping around a little bit here. Welsh in the XTR2, Westfield with the turbocharged 1300 Hayabusa engine, 61.56 over the line for John Welsh. Unfortunately, no one out to play in that class with him today. Kenneth Sutherland at least has Ross Sutherland sharing the car with him to battle with in the GBS that you're seeing on screen now, watching, for those of you watching the stream at home. Heading towards the S's. It's not really fair to make comparisons to this morning, because you can tell from the times that every single driver is improving by a solid 3 or 4 seconds, sometimes more. So practice runs this morning fairly irrelevant in terms of the conditions, just giving that the drivers the extra confidence to push now. It's a 61.2 for Kenneth, but Ross was quicker this morning. In fact, that was a different result I'm looking at. So yeah, no, Ross wasn't here. So that was yesterday's time I'm looking at from Ross. So Jenny Howells, the double-driven Hillman Imp, crosses the line on a 68.39, so that's jumping back to Class A1. And yeah, great run from Jenny. Slotting in ahead by just over a tenth of a second from, or just under a tenth of a second actually, from Sam Shaw, and then Alex Howells rounding off the class in A1. Jenny may be getting slightly better conditions now. It's been drying slightly, but you still need to go out there and have the confidence to do it. So a good run for Jenny for sure. Campbell Gordon now, so this is another double-driven effort in Class A1. Not going to get close to the 55 set by Jody, but will he beat the 60.8 set by Ian? Yes, he will. 59.48 for Campbell Gordon. Slots into second in class. And that A1 class just proving as well the skill and speed of Jody with that 55.18. He's been flying all season and flying for many seasons on the Scottish scene, has Jody. Not going to take the class championship this year. Was up against Gary Dixon in the Vauxhall Corsa, who's out to play today in his Force. Took the overall victory in the Scottish Championship round yesterday, did Gary. So without Gary being there, Jody has a commanding lead in that class. But it's been great to watch those guys battle all season. And that will be the end of that batch. So the first half of the Scottish Championship competitors run back down the hill. Just a reminder as well, we will see some more Scottish Championship competitors running in amongst the British Hillclimb Championship runners later. But obviously, given the circumstances where they're competing in both events, it's a little bit more tricky to keep an eye on the times. But we'll do our best to keep you across that later on. You will be hearing from John Brown on the commentary for the British Hillclimb Championship event later on today as well, so we're going to be switching over the mic a few times over the day, and hopefully we can, between us, bring you the coverage for this event here at Doune. And if you've never been to Doune Hillclimb, it's still early in the day, guys. You can still make it over. If you're not too far away from Stirling, it's only 10:56 AM in Scotland at the moment, and you fancy coming and seeing this, I highly, highly recommend you do. Stunning place to watch intense motorsport at its finest, getting really, really close to the action as you wander up the hill, and yeah, it's definitely a sight to behold spectating here at Doune. A brilliantly organised event, and obviously being a British Hillclimb Championship event, we've got some of the fastest cars in the country here today to join the fastest cars in Scotland. They're great to have so many of you from around the world tuning in. Apologies, I'm just reading that you guys have been hearing some buzzing on the microphone, so apologies for that. Hopefully that is now sorted. Message coming in then from Amy Park. Hopefully conditions are better for all today. Rooting for all the Scottish crowd, particularly number 27 in the Cooper S. So that'll be Brian Wilson. Thank you for that message, Amy. Hopefully you're enjoying watching. I know it's been a very busy year for Amy. You can see from the photo there, Amy, usually the one piloting this Mini, along with Brian and, of course, sister Vicky. who's here as well this weekend. Not competing, it's just Brian competing, and he is certainly competing. He's doing a brilliant job in that mini-in class. A3 today and yesterday as well. So Brian currently hanging on to 4th in class. Same as he managed to finish yesterday, so hopefully for his sake he can hold on to that, but he's got a lot of competition there from Brian Hunter and Jim in the other minis, and of course Simon Rothney in the Vauxhall, who we know can go quicker as well. So he's going to have to keep pushing on later in the day, especially if this track continues to dry, because as you guys know watching this, if there's no rain and Doune Hill Climb continues to improve in terms of conditions, all of these runs will essentially be out of the window later. They will act as a banker, but if everyone's going to go 2 or 3 seconds quicker, you cannot rest on any laurels. So these drivers are going to have to nail it again later on today for their second timed runs. Nice message from Roger coming in as well. Never been to Doune, but looks lovely. Well worth the trip sometime. I know it's quite a long way there for you, Roger, but I do recommend it. I really do. It's great watching on the stream as well. Big thank you to Rich Danby and everyone helping there behind the scenes to bring this stream to you. And obviously covering the British Hillclimb Championship over the years. Always great to see that come up to Scotland as well. It's an incredibly competitive series, and it's only gotten better over the years. You know, there's so many contenders now at the top of the championship in incredibly advanced machines just running sensational times, and you really do need to be the best of the best to be competitive here in the British Hillclimb Championship. As you see the car streaming down the hill. Obviously no return road here at Doune, unlike some other hill climbs, so you do have these breaks in between the batches, essentially giving a chance for all the drivers that were stuck at the top of the hill to come back down, get back into their paddock space, and then we'll see the next batch of cars, which should include some of the quickest machines here competing in the Scottish Championship specifically. So we'll see the likes of David Littlejohn and Martin Chittenden, the Sports Libras. We'll see Les Johnson, Charlie Fraser in the Spire, and then of course the racing car class as well. You'll have Gary Dixon, Charlie Forsyth, Andrew McCaskill, Tom Graham, Leslie Sheridan, Archie Kerr, all driving in the single-seaters up to 1100. And Gary Warren a little bit later on as well, our Scottish Hill Climb champion-elect for this season. It's been a phenomenal season for Gary, doing plenty of events both in Scotland and in the British Championship, so you will have seen him before on the stream for the British Hillclimb Championship in that bright orange Empire. Always on the limit of grip and beyond is Gary, and yeah, he's been really going well in that car, so look forward to seeing him continue to progress in the years to come. So we have the cam before the storm here at Doune, as the next set of drivers will begin to get strapped in and roll up towards the line for their first competition runs. And the more cars that go up the hill here, the drier it's going to get, and that's going to be crucial when it comes to the British Hillclimb competitors as well. Obviously everything counting today, every single run crucial for the championship, and you see there the first car rolling up to the line is going to be Mark Rennie in the Ford Fiesta. Now I will make a correction from yesterday. Now I was under the impression, having not actually spoken directly to Mark, that he won this Fiesta in a raffle, and I said that on the stream yesterday, but in fact it was actually a different Fiesta that his wife won in a raffle, and this Fiesta is one that Mark's been working on for many years and putting a huge amount of effort and love into, so it's an immaculate looking car, and he's increased the power by about 90 horsepower this season, up the power to try and compete with some of the other Scottish competitors, Ewan Dunbar in the Ford Puma, who's not here this weekend. Also Mike Murchie as well in another Fiesta, so it is just a beautiful car. And Mark's been going really well. I've only seen him at a couple of events here and at Golspie, but definitely going to be one of the crowd favourites. 2.83 off the line in the Fiesta. Shout out to Mark's family as well if you're watching the stream. You can see him there through Oak Tree, not quite using all of the road, but in these damp conditions you don't want to be right up against the Armco. 20.79 through Garden Gate. Using all of the road as he comes through Junction onto the meadow. Good commitment. You can see that dry levels of grip just beginning to appear on the stream there. Mark getting on the power out of E-Spray. There's the damp patches heading into the S's, nice and neat and tidy. Through the final corner, hustling that Fiesta, going to come across the line now. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a 55.96 for Mark. He's up against John Ramsey today, though, in the Vauxhall Nova. John, very experienced up this hill, of course. The Ramsey family ingrained in Doune history. Looking good so far as well for John. Heading now towards the S's. What's the split going to be? It's going to be a 44.09. So he's up on Mark by a couple of seconds as it stands through the last corner. Heading towards the line now for John Ramsey. It's going to be a 53.24, so does take the lead in the class ahead of Mark in the Fiesta. Jumping now to Class C1 for the Sports Libras up to 1400. So this is David Littlejohn in his SR3. Not the first Radical we've seen David Littlejohn out in. He was running in Gary Warren's Empire until a couple of seasons ago, but nice to see David back out in the Radical he knows, or in a Radical he knows at least. A little bit tentative in the greasy conditions at the moment though for David. He's going to come across the line and he's going to do a 58.51 to start off proceedings in Class C1. But there you can see Martin Chittenden just behind in the Pulsar. This is a really nice car. You don't see many Pulsars out and about, but this one in particular really does catch your eye. It's beautifully prepared, seems to be running well. Martin getting as much out of it as he can, heading into the S's. 45.40 is the split, so currently looking like it's going to be a provisional class lead here, ahead of David Littlejohn. And sure enough, 55.00 for Martin. Les Johnson in the Davrian Imp will be next up. Final competitor in Class C1. Not quite the same downforce levels as his competitors, so he'll just be looking to set as quick a time as he possibly can. And you can hear the single-seaters. That was the Hornet warming up the tyres behind me as well in the 600cc machine. But Les Johnson coming now through the S's, all neat and tidy. Not seen many mistakes on camera today, I have to say. Hopefully I'm not cursing that. But Les is going to come across the line. It's going to be a 60.08, not quite breaking that 60-second barrier. Not far away from David Littlejohn either, but does slot into third in class. And then it's going to be Charlie Fraser in the Spire. Charlie having a great season, sitting really highly in the rankings of the Hillclimb Championship, but he's not got a gear out of his spray. He's lost drive. He did get it again, but he just didn't find a gear, or maybe he was in too high a gear, I'm not quite sure. But that's going to definitely cost him a second or two. He's got no one to fight against in his class here in the Scottish event today, though. Although he will, I know, be looking at other times from the British competitors. 54.29 for Charlie. You'll definitely know he can go better than that later. But this, in the meantime, is Archie Kerr in the Hornet. Looking good through over E-Spray. 44.69 on the split for Archie. Oh, he's pushing the limits, getting a bit sideways, throwing that Hornet around. And he's going to cross the line now. 53.41 for Archie in the 600cc Hornet. Next up, Leslie Sheridan, though, in the Reynard. Of course, Archie sharing the car with Will this weekend. Will not competing in this class because Will is doing the British round. So a bit confusing there, but the two are sharing the car. They'll just be appearing at different points in the meeting. But Leslie Sheridan now, who is competing in C4 in the Scottish event, coming through the final corner now. And she is going to dethrone Archie Kerr, taking the lead in the class with a 52.55. Tom Graham next up the hill in the Megapin, one of two Megapins here this weekend. 30.36 the split to junction. So how does that compare to Archie's? A little bit down on the two that have gone so far. It's kind of weird seeing Tom Graham here actually without Colin Graham. Usually the two of them can't be separated, and they both turn up in their C4 cars, the OMS and the Megapin, but just Tom out. It's not going to challenge the front two at the moment, but it's going to be a 56.45. As we have Andrew McCaskill on the Force on the hill, looking good in the splits as well. 28.9 there. That's going to definitely contend for the class lead at the moment with Leslie Sheridan. coming towards the S's, 43.98. In fact, probably about 8 tenths off of Leslie at the moment, so it's not going to be a provisional class lead here for Andrew unless he nails this last corner. It's going to be a 52.99 for Andrew McCaskill, so slots into second place. Gets out of Archie Kerr, doesn't get ahead of Leslie Sheridan, but this man likely to get ahead of both Charlie Forsyth in the 130R. Great to see Charlie back out competing this season in that home-built effort, and he gets everything out of it, as you can see, using all of the road everywhere he goes, close to the barriers, carrying the speed, smooth but aggressive when he needs to be, and once again beautiful out that final corner. It's going to be a stonking time, 45.91 for Charlie Forsyth. Still a long way away from a fully dry time, but fantastic nonetheless. And it's this man, Gary Dixon, who's out to try and beat him. Gary getting so close there to the Armco on the exit of Garden Gate, as we expect with Gary using all of the road. 24.73 to junction, that's very close to Charlie. In fact, he's a 10th down at the moment, so Gary's going to have to make up a 10th, which doesn't sound like a lot, but these two have been so closely matched all weekend, and also, you know, every time Gary brings the force out, the two of them are closely matched. 38.26, so he's dropped a little bit there into the S's, and we know how quick Charlie was at the end. I don't think it's going to be enough here for Gary. It's going to be a 46.59, so Charlie Forsyth then provisionally leads Class C4 and takes the provisional lead in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship event here at Doune, with a few more runners still to come later on, the likes of Gary Warren. But that's a great run for Charlie. So Gary not taking the class lead as it stands. He won the event yesterday, but he's going to have to go some later on to win it again today. But as I say, if it continues to dry out here, we are going to see some quicker times later this afternoon, so these runs may well become irrelevant. And you can see the mud on the exit there of East Bray. Speaking of Gary Warren, Gary definitely did some rally crossing yesterday in that single-seater across the grass to come back onto the road, and every time someone runs wide there, that section is getting muddier. Alex Hazelwood, meanwhile, starts off our classic and thoroughbred runners, and another brilliant class here as well. Alex with a 64.08. That's Class D1. Richard Morris will be next as well in the Triumph GT6. Heading up now towards East Bray. Now in practice this morning, a few of these drivers, I believe, opted not to take a run. I'm not quite sure at this stage. But Richard Morris is going to come around the final corner. 76 was his time earlier this morning. He's going to smash that, of course, with a 71.74. So slots into second in class. But of course, plenty of runners still to go here in Class D1. Very wide from Tom Marr in the midget through the meadow, leaning on the left-hand side tyres and using all of the road over East Bray as well. Clearly pushing on. 53.16 is the split time. That's identical to the split of Alex Hazelwood in the MG. So let's see then, can he beat the time from Alex? He does, 63.68, so finds a little bit there in the last corner and jumps into the class lead by 4 tenths. Stephen Muir next up then in the Austin Healey Sprites. Stephen, another man using every inch of the road to get all the time out of that Austin Healey, and time he will get. 48.76 to the S is a fantastic split. This is going to be a stonking run from Stephen once again, doing what he did yesterday, and it's a 59.19 for Stephen to jump into the lead of that class by over 4 seconds. And a few runners not appearing on the hill as it stands in Class D1, so we move on to Class D2, and that's John Cow in the Ford Anglia up against John Pace in that class in the MGB GT. John also off the line, so the battle of the Johns, and it was close yesterday, but John Cow had this slight upper hand and it's looking similar today. So I was speaking to John Pace this morning, and he knows he's got to try and pull one out the bag if he's going to contend here. Always tricky at a damp dune, but a 63.12 for John Cow in Class D2. That would put him in amongst the likes of Tom Marr and Alex Hazelwood in Class D1. But how will it see him fare against John Pace here in the MGB GT? A couple of classic single-seaters to come as well. You're going to definitely want to hang around for those. And of course, all of our British Hillclimb Championship competitors will soon be taken to the hill for the second time today, the first competition run that will of course matter towards the 2 runoffs for the tin tops and the single-seaters, or the overall I should say. Meanwhile, John Pace, 61.24. So actually that's a stonking run from John Pace. He takes the class lead then by almost 2 seconds from John Cout. He'll be delighted with that one. Meanwhile, John Albiston in Class D3, taking the big Brabham BT 38 up this very narrow hill. 52.46 for John Albiston. And speaking of taking an old classic car up a big hill, George Cogle next up in the Chevron B45. This is well worth watching. George always getting close to the barriers, pushing the limits. You'll see him sliding around here as he heads towards Oak Tree. Although we haven't seen him come through Oak Tree. There's the, there we are. Yep, coming up to junction now, and he's done a 25.24 in the Chevron, the ex-Keke Rosberg Chevron. George pushing through Meadow, using all of the road, keeping the speed up. And he's gone on too deep. Yes, he has. He's gone too deep. Over the top of the hill, he's going to rejoin carefully. Not do any damage at all to that car, but it's going to be tough for him now to beat John Albiston with that mistake. He's back on the road, and it's going to be fine. George will get a time here. He's not going to beat John Albiston though, and there may need to be a little bit of dirt clear up on the circuit, so we'll have to wait and see. 55.50 then for George. So he's going to have to go out again later and improve, because we've seen far better times from George so far. He's got the class record in Class D3 there with a 45.42, obviously in dry conditions. But he just got it wrong up towards East Bray. You could see it happening before the camera cut to the shot we're seeing now. You could see him just going in a little bit too deep, maybe dropping a wheel on the left and locking up. And it shows how close he was to the limit. But as I've always said, the one place, if you're going to go in deep to a corner at Doune, the one place you can afford to do it is East Bray. So all good, no damage caused whatsoever. Nice careful rejoin from George as well, to not bring much mud or anything onto the road and cause no damage to that immaculate Chevron. But that is going to conclude the Scottish runners for now. Alan Reid still on the hill, but I believe he may have been flagged just because of the potential debris on the road for George. We're going to see a replay now. So this is George. You can see him coming through Meadow, committed as always. He's going to hit the brakes here for East Bray, and he just locks up, maybe puts the front left on the grass, can't get it turned in, and slowly bounces across the grass. But yeah, did the sensible thing, kept off the throttle, got back on. He knew the time was gone, and that was it. But with that, we're going to have Alan Reid getting a rerun as well, because he didn't get to the top without a red flag. And then we will see the British hill climb competitors coming up the hill. So just a quick recap then of the Scottish Championship positions as it stands. You've got Ewan Bruce, of course, leading the way in the juniors with a new class record as well that he will look to better later on. In A1, it's Jody Gordon ahead of Campbell Gordon and Ian Wright. In A2, Derek Rothney leads in the Battle of the Cleos ahead of Andy Smith and Nicholas Allen. A3, it's Thomas Rapson ahead of Tommy Rapson with David Reid third, and the three of them, as always, closely matched with Brian Wilson, the first of the two-wheel drives, in fourth ahead of Brian Hunter, Jim Howarth and Simon Rothney. Jamie McKenzie leads brother Guy in A5 ahead of Lovett Fraser, with John Welsh on his own in A6. Neil Ross ahead of Jim Sugden in A8. Mike King just ahead of Jim King in A9. We've not seen Donnie McLeod out in B2 today, but Stuart Dow has done a 51.51 in B5. Kenneth Sutherland, driving on his own today, appears in the GBS in B6 with a 61.2. John Ramsey just ahead of Mark Rennie in C0, with Martin Chittenden in the Pulsar ahead of David Littlejohn in C1 and Les Johnston in third. Charlie Fraser in C3 on his own with a 54.29. Then you've got Charlie Forsyth, Gary Dixon, Leslie Sheridan, Andrew McCaskill, Archie Kerr and Tom Graham, the order in C4. Very close as always between Charlie Forsyth and Gary Dixon. And then the historics, or classic and thoroughbred cars, in the road car class, it's Stephen Muir leading from Tom Marr and Alex Hazelwood, with Richard Morris fourth. You've got John Pace ahead of John Cow in D2, and then you've got John Albiston ahead of George Cogle in D3 after the mistake at the top of East Bray from George Cogle. So that is going to conclude the Scottish runners for now, with more to appear mixed in with the British Hillclimb Championship runners. And for the British Championship, I'm going to bring in another John for the commentary. So John Brown is going to return to the mic, and we'll take you through these runners. It will start, of course, with the double-driven efforts in this first batch, and then we will see everyone else return down the hill. And John will take you through the action here as we head towards the run-offs for the penultimate weekend of the British Hillclimb Championship.
Yes, thank you very much, John Monroe. Good morning to everybody here from Doune for the penultimate weekend of the British Hillclimb Championship, rounds 27 and 28, and also the rounds of the British Hillclimb Cup, the class-based championship. So, as John Monroe said, we start off with the double-driven cars in the first few batches. Unfortunately, John Langmead and John Pick in the road-going classes are non-starters today. So we start off in Class C3 with Alan Reid in his Peugeot 205, sharing with his son Stuart Reid, and Stuart will be hoping to qualify for the top 10 runoff, which will come after these class runs. So Alan Reid at the top of the hill now as Stephen Darley leaves the line now. We don't have the Legacy with us this weekend, unfortunately. The engine for Legacy went pop, shall we say, as Shelsley, and so Stephen Darley and Damien Bradley are sharing Stephen's new Impreza, which he's been preparing. I say new, he's been working on it for the last 14 years. But this is Stephen Darley in the Impreza, so you'll see Damien Bradley later. So number 76, Stephen Darley, is heading up the hill, and these two, of course, should be leading contenders in the top 10 Tin Top Challenge later on. So Stephen Darley heading at the top of the hill. Alan Reid's time was a 53.63. Stephen Darley was a 50.18. Next car you see is Stephen Mallet in the Sports Leader up to 2 litre. Stephen and Father Richard, regular contenders on the sprint scene, local here in Scotland. They were competing the other weekend at Knockhill in the Sprint Championship, British Sprint Championship, and each of them scored good points in that. But this is Stephen Mallet heading up to the top of the hill. This is Class F for Sports Leaders up to 2 litres. We hope to expect to see the competition in this class to be between Brian Beverley and Alan McDonald. So that is the 50.13 for Stephen Mallet, and that will be the end of that batch, and we shall see these cars coming down the hill shortly, and then we get into a good batch of British runners. So while we're talking about Tin Tops, the Tin Top 10 Challenge, currently 10 rounds in the championship this year. These are the last 2 rounds this weekend here at Doune. Leading the championship at the moment is Roger Moran in his turbocharged Skoda Fabia. Unfortunately, Roger not here this weekend. He has 69 points ahead of Simon Bainbridge this year in the amazing SBR Chrono. Big green lean machine. You'll see filling the hill here at Doune very shortly. Now Simon Bainbridge is second with 52 points, but he could score well here and could pip Roger to the championship if he had a couple of wins in the challenge, as could in fact Damien Bradley in the Impreza. So the challenge is not yet finalised as to who's going to win it. And then Stuart Reid, who's here obviously, he is they're in 8th position, but Stuart knows Doune like the back of his hand, and we expect to see him well up in the top 10 for the challenge this weekend. Then we should have a couple of Porsches in the challenge, Jonathan Williamson, Andrew Norton, and of course Jock Ramsey in the Manta will be aiming to get into the top 10 as well. As I said, it's also rounds 27 and 28 of the British Hillclimb Championship, 30 rounds altogether in the championship this year. Unfortunately, we've had 3 cancellations because of the weather. We lost the whole of the Craigantlin meeting in early May, and then we lost a round at Gurston Down in late May, all because of torrential rain and heavy, dangerous road conditions. So it's the best 21 out of the 27 events which will count for the championship. This allows drivers to not go to the Channel Islands or Ireland, so they can stick to mainland events, so they can drop they can drop the worst 6 scores. And at the moment, the situation is that on the best 21 events, Alex Summers leads the way on 190 points, ahead of Matthew Ryder, who had 186 points. Third place is Will Hall, who's had about 11 third place runs in the runoff this year. He's in 161, followed by Trevor Willis on 133. So the situation is that really Alex Summers unfortunately has got quite high scores to drop. If Alex comes first, second or third today, he will only drop a couple of 7s. So he hasn't got much to gain, whereas if Matthew Ryder does well, he's dropping a 1 and a no run. So in theory, if Matthew Ryder wins both runoffs today, he could pick up 19 points. Whereas if Alex does the same, he'd only pick up 4. He'd only pick up 6 points. So we don't know yet, obviously, what's going to happen. The hill's changing all the time. The weather's getting better. So we're hoping for a good conclusion to today's events. And if we don't get a conclusion to the championship this weekend, then that will obviously happen at Lowton Park in a couple of weeks' time. And then just to confuse you even more, they've of course got the British Hillclimb Cup, presented by BMTR, which is for class-based championship, so that people enter this and they score points how they do against how they do well in their class. And that at the moment is led by Jonathan Varley, who has basically now started to drop class wins. He's at 15, I think, wins already this year, 4 of them class records. So he has really got to win with a class record to make any advantage onto his points. And he's closely followed by David Warburton and Matthew Ryder, who are also winning classes regularly. So that championship not quite finished yet, and again it will finish finally at Lowton Park in 2 weeks' time. So we will have this competitive run. We will then have that followed by a top 10 runoff for the tin tops, and then the top 12 runoff for the main championship after that before lunch, and we will do it all again this afternoon. Okay, so here we are, and it's Jock Ramsey in the orange manta on the line. Jock looks after the hill here. All the neat verges you see around the hill are Jock's hard work, and he is in the class alongside Alan and Stuart Reid. So Jock, well known in the manta, he's been competing in the top 10 top 10 this year, and has been around the country, visited Shells of the Walsh recently, and we'll see him in 2 weeks' time at Lowton Park as well. So Jock has got to Alan Reid's time of 53.63 to aim at. He's slightly below that at the moment up through Junction, and he's followed up with Jeff Twemlow. Jeff running in the Class C3 against the other Pretza. The time of Jock Ramsey 51.18, so he picked up some good time there at the top of the hill. And it's now Jeff Twemlow in Pretza. Jeff comes all the way up from Cornwall to every Doune meeting. Fell in love with it 20 odd years ago. Well into his 80, well, not well into his 80 this year, Jeff, hence the car number, and still competitive in this lovely Impreza. His target time is a 50.18, set by Stephen Darley, but he'll be happy to get the runoff later on. Close to bars at the top of the hill, and is a 57.74 for Jeff Twemlow. And he's followed by Stuart Reid. Oh, really quick through junction there, Stuart. Push you on in this car. Yeah, as I say, he should qualify for the runoff quite easily. Class record holder with a 45.76. And he's going to be not too far away from that, possibly the 48 second run. 48.87, but easily takes the lead in that class, and currently top qualifier for the tin tops. Apologise for the noise of the cars, the commentary position here is quite exposed to them, but we'll try and talk over it. Now we've got Jonathan Williamson in this Porsche. He's been running for over 30 years, possibly near 40 years. Again, Jonathan from Devon, comes all the way up to Doune very regularly. And he's followed up with the second Porsche we have in this class, which is Andrew Norris. And Andrew Norris has the benefit of living about 5 minutes from Shelsley Walsh. So he lives a lovely part of the countryside, easily accessible to hills around that area. And he came to Doune for the first time, I think, last year, and has never looked back and continues to come. Jonathan Williamson's time, 55.11. And after Andrew Norris, we've got Damien Bradley in the Impreza about to leave the line. So Jonathan Williamson plots at the second spot in the class above Jeff Twemlow. And Damien Bradley 2.05 off the line, 2.05 for Damien Bradley off the line. That's probably the quickest we've seen all weekend. Andrew Norris is a 55.04, just pips Jonathan Williamson by 700ths of a second. And we expect Damien to get into the low 50s, perhaps even into 40s. So this car being developed by Stephen Darley for 14 or 15 years. Stephen did a lot of work on various Imprezas. And it looks like it could be a sub 50 for Damien. It's a 48.62, 48.62. A clear lead in the class, and actually a clear lead, just 0.25 quicker than Stuart Reid to be top of the tin tops at the moment. So now we're into the Sports Liebers cars. Again, we've seen Stephen Mallet already in his Radical. This is Matthew Price in the Radical, 46.49, bigger engine Radical than the Mallet's car, 1600 as opposed to 1340, so this drives a bit quicker. He's followed by Brian Beverley, local man, record holder in this class for the last 25 years in a Vision, so these cars are a bit slower than that, but not much slower. And Brian won the class, was the quickest in class yesterday in practice, and he's looking for a 47.34. Surprisingly, that's slower than Matthew Price. Alan McDonald on the hill in the Force SR4, turbocharged 1300 for Alan. Alan, originally a motorcycle racer, has raced the Isle of Man TT and the Grand Prix. And now, many years ago, turned his hand to hill climbing with a Mitsubishi engine Mini, if you remember. The noise you heard was Duncan Barnes' Honda engine back. You heard that through the headphones. Alan McDonald, 51.11. So that's a bit slower than the two cars ahead of him. But here's Simon Bainbridge in this amazing SBR Chrono. 4.2 is the turbocharged, based loosely on an Audi R8. Yep. And he goes across the line 49.25 for Simon Bainbridge. And then Duncan Barnes, who was probably banging you heard, with his 2.1 litre turbocharged Honda engine in this French-built Norma. Common car in the continent on hill climbs over there. And Duncan's had it for a few years now, originally normally aspirated, and then last year and this year with the turbocharger. He's going to contend against Simon Bainbridge. And it's a 49.58, so slightly slower than Simon. Simon takes the lead in that class by just about 0.4 of a second. Then here's Will Kerr in the OMS Hornet, sharing with his son Archie, who is seen early on in the inter-club class, the Scottish Championship class. Will usually shares 750 turbocharged OMS with his brother Ben Hamer, but here his son this weekend, and very close to bar at the top of the hill, 49.28. The class record for this class is 25 years old, set by John Corbin in the Jedi at 44 seconds exactly. It's a fair few seconds to find to get close to that. Okay, sorry there, just a bit of interruption, gathering some information. We had a time for Will Kerr of 49.28. Richard Mallett on the hill in the family Radical as a 64.10. And now we're off to Paul Harris. This is Formula 4 now. This is Formula 4. There are just 3 entrants in this class today. This is Paul Harris, father of Jimmy. Jimmy had a bit of an incident yesterday, but thanks to the efforts of local man Stuart Robb, he was able to get the car repaired, and we're back out today. Paul Harris at 58.31. And that is the end of a batch, I believe. That seems a bit of a rush through that batch. Everything was happening, lots of good times going up the hill and lots of action. So we'll just go through quickly what we've got here so far in the way of times, and then I can give you the runners and riders for the tin top runoff. So in Class C2, we've got Stuart Reid leading that class, 48.87 from Jock Ramsey at 51.18, and Alan Reid 53.63. In Class C3, Stephen Darley leads that with a 48.62 from Damien Bradley 50.18, and then Andrew Norris 55.04, Jonathan Williamson 55.11, and Jeff Twemlow 57.74. The Boris Lieber's class, we've just seen, we have Matthew Price leading that ahead of Brian Beverley, so I'm sure Brian will be hoping to get back in front in the second runs on his own patch here at Doune. Third, Stephen Mallett ahead of Alan McDonald, and that's a surprisingly low position for Alan. And then Richard Mallett in fifth. Simon Bainbridge leading Duncan Barnes in the Class G for sports leaders over 2 litres, and obviously Will Kerr leading the class of the 600 racing cars, where he is the only runner. So I can now tell you that there are actually 8 cars competing in the Tin Top 10 challenge. So 8 cars, and the fastest qualifier was Stephen Darley. Sorry, I've got my super impressive drivers mixed up, of course. Damien Bradley's the one with 48.62, and Stephen Darley was the 50.18. So I got that wrong. Sorry about that. So Damien Bradley's leading that class at 48.62 for Stephen Darley 50.18. So Damien Bradley leads the qualifiers in the class for the top 10 runoff. But Stephen Daly will run first as his double-driven car, and he's the slower of the two drivers. So the running order for the top 10 tin tops, and starting with Stephen Daly, who will be first up. He will be followed by Jeff Twemlow, Jonathan Williamson, Andrew Norris, Jock Ramsley, Simon Bainbridge, Stu Reed, and then Damien Bradley, the last of the runners. And that will come after we've seen all the classes here in the British Championship runners, which will go all the way through to the over 2 litre single-seater cars, and after that we will have the tin top runoff. So the next cars you'll see in this batch will be the racing cars up to 1100, and also the Formula 4s and 600cc and 2 litre racing cars. So look at that top 10 tops. Obviously Stuart Reid, we said he could do well here, and he was the second fastest qualifier, just behind Damien Bradley. So we're now on to the 1100cc single seaters, and this is Gary Warren. And Gary is a nominal Scottish champion-elect. So very wide in the first corner, nearly hit the barriers. Gary's full on all the way up the hill. He was off the top of East Bray yesterday, across the mud, up through the tunnel, very close to the barriers again. 22 seconds to the junction is a good time to compare to other drivers. Oh, and a big tail slide at the top of East Bray for Gary, but he's going really quick now up through the top corners, and he's across the line very shortly in a 41.42. 41.42 for Gary Warren. On the hill now, Rory Seaton in the Megapin. You see, we saw Megapin earlier at the hands of Tom Graham. And this is Rory, son of David Seaton, seen before in big sports cars, and also in years gone by in single seaters in the British Championship. This is Rory. This is, of course, it was last year in the car. He's looking to get a new car for next year, and I believe one's under preparation for him. But he's over the line in a 50.23 for Rory Seaton. And then we got Jonathan Flesher. Jonathan getting quicker and quicker this year. Co-driven in English Hills by Tim Thompson, who's clerk of the course here. In this 1 litre OMS 28. Scored points in the British Championship. Runoffs this year already. Make it very difficult to qualify here, but he'll certainly give it a good go. Showed last year with St Dillon, and before that he showed a Westfield, you may remember. So Jonathan followed up the hill by the car which holds the class record here, Richard Bertosian in the ex-Robert Kenrick Raptor with the BMW engine. Jonathan Flesher's time was a 44.24. So quick Gary Warren's time was 41.42. Richard Bertosian in the BMW engine Raptor, built up in Aberdeen by Graham White Jr. And Richard followed by Tom Weaver. who's also been setting some good times in the British Championship this year. Richard Matossian, 42.84. Unfortunately, Richard not registered for the championship. He won't score points in the Hillclimb Cup. Tom Weir followed by Stuart Beckley. Unfortunately, David Tatham, who had been near the top of the class, had an accident yesterday, damaged the rear suspension of his DJ and also part of the tub as well, so he's not able to compete today. Tom Weaver's time, 42.84, which is exactly equal to Richard Matossian's time. So Stuart Beckley on the hill. Stuart really showed great promise in this car this year. Again, also scored British Hillclimb Championship points for an 1100cc car. You can't miss this one, bright yellow. Force TA, a lot of Force TAs around on the hills these days. The hill record here for ladies was held by Olivia Cooper, but Stuart clipped the curb there at the last part of the S's, but he kept it together. It's a 42.33, which lifts him into second position in the class. So we won't see David Tatum today. And we're on now to Formula 4, so this is Jimmy Harris. Formula 4 Hillclimb champion here. And Formula 4 Hillclimb champion for the P94 class, which this is, in England last year. So sharing the car with his father Paul, and he was a bit of an off yesterday, but the car was all fixed up and repassed by scrutineers, and he's now up the top of the hill in a 50.89. Chatham Harris should be his class rival in the class. Sarah Bosworth has been competing in Formula 4 for a number of years now. Previously drove a Lotus Elise and won Hillclimb Championships at Harewood and Gurston Down in the past in that Lotus. But now, for a number of years, been running in Formula 4. And she is going to be slightly slower, in fact, than Jimmy today. It's a 54.41 for Sarah. So maybe we between the two Harris. Now we've got Alan Warburton. So it's a double-driven car in class J2 for 600cc's. Double-driven with his son David, who's currently 8th in the British Championship, having come 10th last year. Hence number 10 on the car, you'll see. David Warburton, Alan Warburton, 46.46. And the next double-driven car is Nicola Dearden. Share the car with Andrew Henson. It's a Gould Dallara. Dallara Formula 3 car from 1994, modified by Gould. Before before Andrew got his hands on the car, Nicola enjoying her hill climbing and will set the pace in this class. Although others will be quicker than her shortly. Second runner, Andrew Colburn in a Van Diemen ex-Formula Ireland car, one of the spec Formula cars built by Van Diemen over the years. And his son Aaron will be coming out shortly in the second runner in the car. So as Nicola Dearden crosses the line of 63.78, Andrew Colborne going through the meadow, and followed up by Nicky Cottrell in this lovely 2-litre Pilbeam MP82, one of the many Hillclimb cars produced by Mike Pilbeam in the 70s and 80s. This Nicky Cottrell car is second owners only in the last 20 plus years. Andrew Colburn at the top of the hill in a 55.34. I don't think Nicky's driven this car here before at Doune. She is a regular Formula 4 competitor in the historic sports car club class. And Nicky's followed up by Steve Marr in Stuart Shugden's latest version of his Raptor. This one has a turbocharged engine. First out last weekend at Golspie. And Steve Marr sharing and just getting used to it. So time for Nicky Cottrell's a 56.97. after Steve Marr, who's near the top of the hill. He says a bit more powerful than he's used to in the old version of the Raptor, obviously, with the turbocharger. But Steve did a good time of 48.10. And we now have the first of the big engine cars, and Steve Owen, sharing Harry Pick's Owen OMS 28 with a Cosworth XD engine. Steve, of course, is Mr. OMS. Built well over 200 of these single-seater racing cars. And he's very regular here at Doune. I think it's probably his 45th or so consecutive meeting here at Doune for the championship rounds. Occasionally gets to the top 10 runoffs. But the competition has been increasing in recent years. It's a 45.63 for Steve. He's followed up by Nicola Mingies, the Gould GR55, the NME engine, shared with Damien Moran. Nicola, former hill record, ladies hill record holder here at Doune. Lost that record at to Olivia Cooper last year. And we'll be trying to get that back again, I'm sure, but it's still a bit damp the hill compared to when that record was set last year. But you can see the hill's drying off pretty well now. Tidally coming down. Following Nicola with Sean Gould, who we sharing Matt Ryder's car, and anticipating Sean will qualify for the top 12 runoff. Nicola's time is 44.90. And we'll see that car from Nicola in the hands of David in the match. And Sean Gould now goes up through Garden Gate. Smooth run from Sean, obviously sharing with Matt Ryder, so will not be wanting to do any silly mistakes to damage the car or cause Matt to miss a run. And it's a 39.24 for Sean. 39.24 for Sean Gould. Which is probably the first sub 40 second run we have seen all weekend. Giving an idea of how dry the hill is. Yesterday, the quickest run in practice was a 42.42, and today the quickest run. Yesterday the quickest run in practice was 42.42. Today the quickest run in practice was a 41.54 from Matthew Ryder, it looks like. And now we've got a sub 40 run from Sean Gould. It's all looking good for the runoffs later. And that won't be far away, because you've only really got one more batch of cars to come, then the tin top runoff, and then their top 12 championship runoff. And then you should have time for a good lunch. Unfortunately this morning, Alex Coles, who's been setting the hills alight in the Force TA, the supercharged Force TA, in the championship. Unfortunately, Alex had an off this morning between Oak Street and Garden Gate. The back of the car is pretty badly damaged. So Alex Coles had an off this morning. The suspension wasn't broken, apparently it was bent, and an amazing display of what we know all the time as HillClimb camaraderie. It appears that Stuart Bickley in a similar car will swap the part over between runs. Apparently it's possible to do that. Stuart being a different class, the same car, same chassis, same suspension, so apparently Stuart is going to swap the part over after his run to Alex's car and re-swap it over afterwards. So we should in fact actually see Alex Coles after all, which is a great boost for us all, because you want to see Alex in this car on the hill. He's certainly one of our up and coming, as is Stuart Bickley, both of them have been competing this year very well in the British Championship. So hopefully we'll see Alex Coles if that park is fixed in time, and that would be a great boost for us all here. So cars come down the hill. We should be seeing next the first car we should see should be Gary Hill in his 1600cc OMS. Gary not registered in the championship. Oh yes, sorry, but Gary is registered in the championship, so he could get a chance to get the runoff, but a lot of other cars I think would have to have an issue. So Gary should be followed by Richard Spedding in his Raptor, and then David Warburton, and that's that class complete after we've had Alan Warburton time of 46.46. Online we've got an idea where somebody's actually questioning why a marshal is standing with his back to the car. Well, in theory, if you're looking for an accident to happen down the line, the best way to see that is to stand with your back to the car, and as the car passes you, you'll immediately see the incident happening in front of you. If you go to motor race meetings, you will find that the yellow flag marshals do sometimes stand, or quite often stand with their back to the direction of racing, so they can immediately flag when something happens. Somebody also saying Formula 1 starting very soon in Azerbaijan, but would you really want to watch Formula 1 rather than watching hill climbing from Doune? I know where I'd rather be. And I am here at Doune. Doune Hill Climb opened 56 years ago now. I think in 1968 was the first hill climb here at the Doune Hill. The time was run at that time was a Brabham BT21. The 600cc engine. The very first championship run was in '69 when the championship first visited here, and the winning time in the runoff at that time was a 48.31. So, and that was the standard at the time, 48.31, followed immediately by 47.35 in 1970, and the hill record got down by 1973 to 44.63. So that was the times we were setting back in the early days of the hill climb here at Doune. And now we have the hill record set by Alex Summers at 34.21, set in June last year. So whether 10 years improvement in time is over 50 years is good or bad, it gets tougher every time. As you go quicker, it gets tougher and tougher to get those extra tenths off. And we've had a few wet runs here at Doune, so we can't always guarantee the weather here at the Carse of Cambus. Here's a picture now of the start line on screen. I remember when the area to the right, there were actually no trees at all, and that was all open ground. And also the top of East Bray, you'll see cars go off onto the well cultivated and mown verge up the top of East Bray. That was pretty much rough scrub to begin with, before the days of Jock Ramsey and his magic moors. The hill climb started here when there was a motor museum in the just to the left of the view on the screen of the start line. There was a motor museum set up by Lord Doune, on whose land this is, and that then was converted in a few years ago now an antique centre, and they are very busy here on a Sunday. I mean, occasionally get a few people wanting to go to look through the fence from the antique centre. They are very busy, and we have to move the paddock, which used to be around about the museum, is now on the British UC on the right hand side behind the start banner, where you can see the first car coming out, and it is Gary Hill in his OMS. So Gary Hill leaves the line. His target for the class at the moment is 46.46 for Alan Warburton. So Gary up through the junction. Going quicker than Alan at the moment. The purple sectors indicate that he should be quicker time. Followed by Richard Spedding in his Raptor. Richard, now a 1600cc Raptor, used to run a turbocharged 1300 in the car, but had a few difficulties with that over the years and converted to a 1600. Gary Hill is a 46.71, so just going into second position. But Richard Spedding is about 4 or 5 seconds quicker than that through junction. So look for a low 42 from Richard here. I think quicker than that, top of the hill, 39.77 from Richard Spedding, 39.77. That is second quickest time so far. David Warburton will be challenging that now. David, the class record holder, with a 35.76. Set last June. So we expect a 30, below 39, I think, from David here. It's a 38.74. That is top of the pile now. Andrew Henson in the Dallara we've seen already in the hands of Nicola Dearden. Andrew racing car dealer from north of England. Has a number of interesting cars through his hands in the past, including a number of pull beam single seaters. And he's followed by John Cottrell in a pull beam single seater. This is MP82, which I don't think is one of the perhaps few MP82s Andrew Henson maybe hasn't had, but John Cottrell in the lovely original car. Andrew Henson 46.89. We wait to see Aaron Colburn, but he's probably changing seats with his father. Ian Tucker will follow John Cottrell up the hill. Ian Tucker from down the southwest of England, not registered for the championship, but travels around with his OMS enjoying his hill climb sport. John Cottrell up through the S's. Nicky did a 56.97. So is John going to beat that? Time's going very close. So 55.65 for John Cottrell. Ian Tucker followed by class record holder Jonathan Barley in his Predator, originally built by Graham White Jr. with an average V10 Formula 1 engine, now running a 2-litre Terry Davis V8 motorbike based engine, winning the class regularly across the country and setting records as well. But this time he'll be just looking to consolidate with hopefully a good class win. He's just about to leave the line now. Ian Tucker 54.87. And Jonathan well on his way now, 2.17, which we've seen for a while, for a 64-foot time. Jonathan flying, look at that through the meadow, really smooth and fast through the meadow from Jonathan, and the top base Bray. So he should be looking, he's looking to beat a 46, 89, he should do that quite easily. His record is 37. That's a 38.26 for Jonathan Varley. And that'll be fastest qualifier so far. Andrew Colburn. Andrew Colburn and the Van Diemen beat Jonathan in a run at Prescott a couple of weeks ago. That was last weekend, but it was quite damp. Aaron loves the rain, he said, loves the wet track, so maybe a bit dry for him today compared to yesterday, but he'll put it all into this run. He should be quite close to Jonathan. He'll be in the low 40s. He could get to second position in class. He does. It's a 46.06. But Jonathan Varley well in command there, 7.8 seconds ahead in the class. Now we're into the turbocharged versions, and we've got William Lockridge in the Empire Wraith. Car is shared, I think, the pass with Zach Zammit from Malta. William could qualify. He's been in the top 10 runner a couple of times this year. 41.79 for William. Probably not a qualifying time this weekend. Stuart Sugden, the Raptor. They sure this new engine for him this year. Just first run out at Golspie Sprint last weekend in the north of Scotland. Stuart top 10 finished in the championship a couple of years ago. Usually goes well here. 39.99 for Stuart Sugden. No sign yet of Alex Cole, so we'll wait and see if Alex does appear. This is Harry Pick now in his OMS. Harry did qualify for the runoffs in the British Championship at the very start of the season. And Harry's followed up by Lindsay Summers in the Alex Summers' self-built AFS P14. Lindsay was sharing with Simon Mather, but Simon decided to pull out today and help his friend Alex prepare his car for a big day for Alex Summers. So Simon Mather not driving today. This is Lindsay driving the car by herself. She's getting quicker and quicker in this car. When Alex designed the car, he wanted to be one that his family could all drive. So it's a 51.63 for Lindsay. Time for Harry. Sorry, time for Harry Pick with a 41.71. That one. Jack Costle is Dallara. Running 10th in the championship at the moment in this Dallara. And a third position earlier on the season at Harewood. He found it difficult to collect points recently with a car problem. But 13.62 for Jack could get him into runoff. So I say we're now into the top 6 cars in the big single class. So the first is Dave Duran, and these 6 cars should all qualify for the runoff. Dave Duran won a couple of rounds in the past, quite a few rounds in the past, not so much this year. Bainbridge a third this year at the Val d'Eterne, the Channel Islands. But Dave shared with Nicola Mingus in this car, 40.80 for Dave. And Trevor Willis, 3-time HillClimb champion, Trevor Willis on the hill in his OMS 28, 3.2 litre. RPE engine. And then Will Hall in his new for last year, Build GR59. Trevor, 38.19. Which is just pipped through the bar. That Trevor now fastest qualifier. Will Hall leads the line, 2.1 Will equal to Trevor Willis. The times are getting close to 2 seconds for the first 64 feet. And Will Hall is quickest so far of these runners up to junction. Below 20 seconds, 19.83. And he's still quickest through the S's, so he should be. Can he break into 37 with this run? Could be close. It is a 37.89. 37.89 as Alex Summers leaves the line in his DJ. A couple of an issue last night at the end of practice, but that was solved with the help of Wallace Mingies, in fact. So the car is back in fine fettle. Quicker than Will Hall by nearly a second through junction. 18.9, below 19 seconds now through junction. And so we're looking here for possibly 36 from Alex, but certainly 37. He's again much quicker through the S. It's a 36.71. I'm not sure how many tyre warmers that was for Matt Ryder. Sounded like 5 or 6, but Matt Ryder now on the line in the Gould. So the time to aim for the moment is 36.71, but as long as he qualifies for the runoff, that's all he's really bothered about at the moment. 2.09 off the start line, just 100 slower than Alex Summers. And he's heading through Garden Gate, just 400 slower than Alex. And up towards junction now. So a bit slower than Alex, but obviously well within. Well within qualifying range for Matthew Ryder. So this will be a good qualification in the 36, and maybe 37.61. But that's second quickest at the moment. And now Wallace Mingies off the line in car number 1, 4 times HillClimb champion, defending champion. And big off at Craiganton in the first meeting of the year in the rain. And has spent the season getting himself and the car back into fighting condition. A couple of good second places recently at Prescott. Again, but comfortable qualifier, just hoping to get a good run into the top 12 runoff. That's a 37.18 for Wallace, so that is a second place qualifier for Wallace. Well, here is Alex Cole. Good to see Alex Cole coming out now with this repaired car due to the efforts of Stuart Bickley. So amazing penmanship in HillClimb. The car brakes, somebody lends another bit, and then off his own car and then puts it back on again. So Alex Cole will be hoping to get the run into the runoff positions. It's a good clean run from Alex up the hill. Just below 40 should be easy in the runoff. A 39.9 from Alex. Leads the class by 900 from Stuart Sugden, and qualifies 11th place in the runoff. So that's an amazing qualification, and surprisingly not in the runoff at the moment is Dave Uren. The visual results are that the runoff led by Alex Summers, Wallace Mingies, Matthew Ryder, Will Hall, Trevor Willis, Jonathan Bard. A good run from Jonathan for 6th to qualify. David Warburton, Sean Gould, Jack Cottrell, Richard Spedding, Alex Coles and Stuart Sugden, squeezing in ahead of Dave Uren, Gary Warren and Harry Pick. And we get the confirmed running order for that very shortly, because we have got one double driven car in there in Sean Gould and Matt Ryder. Tin top runoff, the qualifiers on the screen, and they are, as I said earlier, David Bradley topped that from Stuart Reid and Simon Bainbridge and Stephen Darley, who will run first. Now we're not ignoring the cars on the hill. John McKenzie in his Lotus Cortina and Tom Wilson are the runners in the pre-1971 classic cars, and it's John McKenzie first up with a 58.71, and Tom Wilson in his Mini is slightly slower and a 61.07. So that is the action from the class runs. We should be getting ready now for the tin top runoff. And I see the cars sitting in the holding area, in the paddock, ready to go. As I say, Stephen Darley will be the first to run. And Stephen lying 5th, 6th in their top 10 runoff, 10 top challenge. We're on 35 points, so he should score some points to get above Scott Moran today. Stephen Moore, who's 4th in the championship, is not here today either. He's got 50 points. And then, so that could be a target for Stephen Darley to aim at to get above Stephen Moore in the championship, or even above his co-driver Damien Bradley, but obviously Damien will be hoping to beat Stephen. Stuart Reid is the second top qualifier for this runoff, and he is currently in 8th in the championship and could get above Aaron Price with 2 good runs today. So we've got the runners and riders at the top of the screen for you. As I said, Stephen Darley the first to run, followed by Jeff Twemlow. This is, I think, Jeff's first qualification for the 10 top runoff. Then Jonathan Williamson, who currently lies 11th on 8 points. Andrew Norris, who again has not qualified for the runoff this year before. Jock Ramsey is in 3 points. He got 3 points at Harewood at the start of the season. Simon Bainbridge is the second in the runoff. Could win it, the challenge, if he has 2 good wins today. Stuart Reid looking to move up from 8th, and Damien Bradley looking to move up, and also a chance of winning the challenge if he's 2 good runs today. So we'll see what happens after this next set of runs. And then after that we have the main HillClimb Championship runoff. So just looking at the chat on the screen, somebody there saying they've still got their Doune Motor Museum silver spoon. Didn't know we had silver spoons from there, but well done, Paul Vine, for keeping on to that spoon. Maybe we should get it onto Antiques Roadshow in future. And the hill is drying out, but as we know, under the hills at Doune it does stay a bit sticky and slippy and damp, but with the cars going up with the wider tyres we should get a bit more dry in the track. The clouds have gone, the sun is out, it's a light breeze, so the times are plummeting, should we say, quite rapidly today. So we're now down to a 36 from Alex Summers, still a few seconds away from the actual hill record. Which is 34.21. So 2.5 seconds away from the hill record so far for Alex Summers. But he won't be worrying about records, he'll be more concerned in getting a good load of points in the runoff to follow shortly. While these cars come down, just looking at the classes we've had, Class F for sports leavers, up to 2 litres, led by Matthew Price from Brian Beverley. And we've done Simon Bainbridge, Duncan Barnes. The up to 1100 single-seaters, led by Gary Warren on a 41.42, from Stuart Bickley at 42.33, and then a tie for third between Richard Matossian and Tom Weaver on 42.84. The up to 1600s led by David Warburton, 38.74. From Richard Spedding, 39.77. And Alan Warburton, 46.46. The up to 2 litres, dominant lead at the moment by Jonathan Varley, 38.26, which qualified him 6th for the runoff. Ahead of Aaron Colborne of 46.06 and Andrew Henson, 46.89. And over 1600, up to 2 litres. For induction, Alex Cole's coming back with a 39.90 to just pick Stuart Sugden, 39.99, but both qualify for the runoff. And third place William Lockridge, 41.79. And the over 2 litres racing cars, led by Alex Summers at 36.71. From Wallace, 37.18, and Matthew Ryder, 37.61. And we now have Stephen Darley coming to the line in the Impreza for the start of the Tin Top runoff. He's just pushed back. I think possibly another car still come down off the hill, and that's why he just decided to get room. Yes, here it comes. In fact, it is Lindsay Summers in the AFS. She will squeeze down here past Stephen Darley and into the paddock. That car of Lindsay Summers and Simon Mather running a 2.5 litre Opel Cosworth engine from the German Touring Car Championship of the 1990s. So here is Steve Darley warming his tyres in front of my box, coming up to the line. So first runoff of the day, Stephen Darley. On the line, ready to go. And he's away. 2.02 seconds to 64 feet. 2 seconds equals one force of 1 G of gravity. So Stephen up through. We've got a bit of a blind spot here on the hill. And the clock's still, and here it comes out of the tunnel. 25 seconds up to the junction. So there was sighting on the cameras there for a minute or two. He's always going quicker than our camera operator can move the cameras, but here we go, up to top of East Bray. 39.57 at the S's. And over the line very shortly in a 48.04 from Stephen Darley, which therefore sets the benchmark for this runoff. He'll now come back down the hill. And my spies report Stephen a bit of wiggle into Garden Gate, which we couldn't see on screen, but obviously safe up the hill of 48.04, which compares against his qualifying time of 50.18. That's practice 50, qualified time of 50.1. Yeah, it was 50.18 his qualifying time for Stephen Darley. So 3 seconds found in the time between his clash run, and now the hill is obviously getting that bit drier. So now we wait for the next car in the runoff, which will be Jeff Twemlow, all the way up from Cornwall. He's been come to Doune for years, driving a super impressive, which I believe Steve Darley has been involved in clearing. Steve Darley now going down through Oak Tree, but Jeff Twemlow has driven this impressive for a number of years. He also has a Saker sports car in the garage, which was built for a European Dutch series-based series. He has that out occasionally at Gurston Down in particular. And he can give it a good blast up the open reaches of the Wiltshire Hill. But now you can see Stephen Darley going back down to the driver change area. He'll have the 6 cars to prepare and get Damien Bradley slotted into the car, ready for the last run of the runoff. So no tyre warming for Jeff Tremler, just comes up the line in the Subaru. Quite understated compared to the Darley Bradley car. And he's away from the line, 2.23. So we'll try and compare his times to Stephen Darley's times. He will be a bit slower. And here we can see him come through Oak Tree and up through out of Garden Gate. He's already 3 seconds down on Stephen Darley. The cars will run here one at a time in the runoff. So Jeff now through Junction. Jeff now through up to top of East Bray. 4 seconds down at Junction, but he'll be glad to get to the top of the hill and score some top 10 tin top championship points. So Jeff's time is a 55.57. Now the first of the 2 Porsches. This is Jonathan Williamson. He's off line 2.07, just 500 slower than Stephen Darley. Jonathan shares his car with Laura Wardle, but Laura had an accident earlier in the year. Not in the car, in the paddock, believe it or not, and was unable to drive the rest of the season. So Jonathan's been driving himself. The car, I say, he's been driving over 30 years. He's also obviously a bit slower than Stephen Darley, but quicker than Jeff by half a second through Junction. Oh, a big tail slide at the top of East Bray for Jonathan there, but he kept it going. Typical Porsche tail out slide through the last corner, and it's a 53.08 for Jonathan Williamson. So that's a target now for Andrew Norris. Who was 700 quicker than Jonathan in qualifying. Good bit slower off the line, 2.36 for Andrew. And a bit quicker at Garden Gate than Jonathan by just a 10th of a second. And the same speed up towards Junction, where he's again a couple of tenths quicker now than Jonathan. So can he get into the 52 with this run? He's much neater through East Bray. And still ahead now by half a second, so it should be a 52-second run from Andrew Norris to take the lead, take second place at this point. 52.70, puts him in second place behind Stephen Darley. Now local hero John Ramsey on the line in the orange Manta. Yes, Jock up through Garden Gate, quicker than the 2 Porsches by a good half second plus. The same quicker speed up through to Junction, where he's over a second quicker than Andrew Norris, so this should be good enough to put Jock in second place behind Stephen Darley. Jock keeps well away from his verges that he so well maintains here at Doune, and he's heading up to the finishing line. This should be, can you get to 50.02, just 200 away from a sub 50 time. And now is Simon Bainbridge in this amazing chrono V8 4.2 litre turbocharged. Got a chance to win the championship, the challenge here this weekend. Running very well in the British Sprint Championship. They have won rounds in the past. As the biggest transporter here, and it's more of an ex-bus down in the paddock. It's quicker at the moment than Simon Darley, Stephen Darley up through Junction, and it's nearly 2 seconds quicker through the S's. Could this one take the lead for Simon Bainbridge? It looks like it, because it could be a 46 or 45, 45.59 for Simon Bainbridge. A super run there for Simon Bainbridge to take the lead ahead of Damien Bradley and Stephen Darley. And now we've got 2 to go. So Stuart Reid on his local hill. His class record is a 45.76. He'll need to beat that to get ahead of Simon Bainbridge in this run. Oh yeah, it's really quick through Garden Gate there and up through the tunnel. And through up to Junction. A bit slower than Bainbridge at the moment by a second. Simon all the way up the hill. It's a really quick run for Simon Bainbridge. Could actually be a winning run, we'll soon see. Stuart Reid will be in contention for the top 3 position here. 47.07 puts him into second position at the moment, ahead of Stephen Darley and behind Simon Bainbridge. So what can Damien Bradley do in the Impreza? Quick at 1.94 off the line. That's the first sub 2 second off the line we've seen today, all weekend in fact. Quicker still got up through, not got to Garden Gate yet. No, it's slower through Garden Gate by 0.31. And again, we seem to have lost him, but he's coming to the tunnel now towards Junction. He's still slower, 1.38 slower than Simon Bainbridge. That's a super run for Simon Bainbridge. So Damien up the top of East Bray. I'm sure he'll be nice and clean through there. And yes, he is 1.71 seconds down. He's actually slower than Stuart Reid at the moment. It's 47.36 for Damien Bradley. Puts him into third position. So Simon Bainbridge wins that runoff ahead of Stuart Reid from Damien Bradley, Stephen Darley, Jock Ramsey, Andrew Norris, Jonathan Williamson and Jeff Twemlow. So full 1.5 seconds quicker at Simon Bainbridge there, which we must compare to his class time. I mean, Simon Bainbridge's qualifying time was a 49.25. So he's found, yes, quite a lot of time there, nearly 4 seconds to win that championship, that runoff. So how does that affect the championship positions, I wonder? I'll have a quick check of that. So that's what we just run off over for the HillClimb Championship runoff, because the clouds are coming in. So maybe, hopefully, if it does look like rain, it may stay away until after the next runoff. So give us another 20 minutes, please. Weather, give us another 20 minutes, and let's get a good dry runoff. So looking at that. Top 10 challenge, obviously Simon Bainbridge picks up 10 points there, and Stuart Reid picks up 9, and Damien Bradley 8, Stephen Darley 7. So they're the ones at the top of the table at the moment. So it's 62 now points for Simon Bainbridge. And 59 for Damien Bradley. So still behind Roger Moran, 69. And Stephen Darley goes above Scott Moran into fifth position. Well, Stuart Reid is not quite above Iron Price yet, but had one more run and has a very low 1 point to drop. In fact, no, he counts all his runs. So whatever Stuart Reid scores, he will count. So he could get above Iron Price into 6th position overall, and possibly even Scott Moran. But at the moment, positions are Roger Moran 69, Simon Bainbridge 62, Damien Bradley 59, and Stephen Moore 50. So the runners and riders in the championship runoff, the British Championship runoff, will be led by Sean Gould in the double-driven car he shares with Matthew Ryder. He'll be the first one to run. And he'll then be followed up by Stuart Sugden, Alex Coles, Richard Spedding, and it's looking unfortunate. Marshall at the top of the hill with the majors rain sheltering from the wind rather than the rain. I can't see any rain on the screen yet. See what my spies are saying at the top of the hill. I've actually got raindrops on my phone here in the commentary box. So yes, it is a bit of a drizzle coming down here now at Doune. So the rain didn't hold off, and it's looking pretty miserable at the hill. So this changes things totally. We've got obviously decision as to how wet the track's going to get. Do you run slicks or wets? And I imagine if the rain continues for a few more minutes, it'll be well into wet territory. You don't want to be running on slicks, a damp track here at Doune. And that rain at the meadow looks pretty heavy now. So there will be a slight delay here while cars get prepared, but we've got, well, Sean Gould is coming to the line. And he has got on slicks. Sean Gould's running on slicks at the moment. So we'll have to see if that's a wise decision. Oh, and Sean's having trouble restarting at the moment. Car's being pulled back. And they're going to try and jumpstart the Gould now. Even more drama here at Doune. Pushing to jumpstart the Gould, take it back a bit further. And I'm glad to say that has worked. As you can hear, the Gould has started up, so we just did a few tyre warms. You push back a little bit now to try and get some heat into the tyres. And installed it again. We have had this trouble with this car before, and the rain, as he's doing this, the rain's continuing to fall. So major drama here at Doune for this first run off of the weekend. Sean will be putting all his years of experience in hill climbing to good effect here, I'm sure. Again, being pulled back a little bit to do some more tyre warming. Just right outside my door here at the commentary box. So all a bit nervous here at the hill, on the start line now, but we have got rain falling. He is on slick tyres, so let's see how Sean goes. And they're very sure to preserve the car for Matt. But the conditions have changed quite a bit. Up through towards Oak Tree now. Obviously the time you see at the moment will be the leading time and slowing his class down. He's up through Sainsbury Junction and across the meadow. He's looking, he gets picking up some spray now from the back of those tyres. And okay through Torby Spray into the S's. And so he should be safe now through the top last corner. Bit of a twitch after the last little hump, and it's 42.90 for Sean Gould. So that's a good bit slower than his qualifying. So it's going to be tricky. Sean's qualifying time was a 39.2, but obviously Alex at a 36, so we're talking 5 or 6 seconds. So now we wait for Sean to come down the hill. I'm sure he'll be reporting. You can see the tyres glistening with the rain, the wet there, coming down the hill, and a definite track showing on the wet surface. So even coming down the hill can be tricky. You just got to, I'm sure he'll be taking it very steadily. Sometimes. And yeah, 42 running, as people are saying here, could be a winner at 42 if the rain gets worse. Depends on people onto wet tyres sooner rather than later. If they decide to, I mean, it looks dry again. The thing is, the rain, again, looking up through the picture on the screen, the lower part of the hill, through the tunnel under the trees, still looks a bit drier. It really is just a drizzle, or a Scottish smur, as we call it up here at the moment. But Sean now coming down the hill past the various marshal posts. So that's Sean Gould back in the paddock now with his 42.9 safely under his belt, and we wait now for Stuart Sugden in this little turbocharged Raptor. Good for Stuart to actually qualify on his first hill climb in the car in this modified form with the 1300 turbocharged engine. Stuart, Scottish champion a couple of times in recent years, and also, as I say, was number 10 in the British Championship 2 years ago. Just a couple of tyre work, but he's stalled the car as well. And he's running on wet tyres, it looks like. So, Stuart Sugden on wets for this run. Gets away from the line. Stuart a little bit slower than Sean in the bottom half of the hill. Yes, they are getting quite close to bars now, safeguarding gates. And yes, he's obviously taking quite cautiously. He has in wets, as I said, and not much of a spray coming off the back, just a little bit. And the dip before he spray, or a little bit wide the top of his spray. But safely through and heading up towards the finishing line. It'll be very shortly. That's a 47.01 for Stuart Sugden. Now we've got Alex Cole come to the line. Yes, he's on wet tyres as well. So the decision is obviously taken by the majority of runners, perhaps. We shall see what happens. Alex Cole's aiming now for, well, initially Stuart Sugden's 47.01. But obviously Sean Gould's 42.9. And that picture now from the bottom hill looks quite damp. Such a long hill here. Out one direction can then back in again, so one end will be quite different weather from the other end. It's clear through and up through towards Junction. Through to East Bray and slower than quick wiggly through the S's, but it's across a good time, 44.01 from Alex Coles. That goes into second place at the moment. And now we wait for Richard Spedding in his 1600cc Raptor. Similar car to Stuart Sugden's, but bigger engine, non-turbocharged. So Richard is currently 11th in the championship, but a good 18 points behind Jack Cortle in 10th. Equal with Alex Coles actually, they're both on 11th equal place with 20 points each. Richard Spedding, car steam away, presumably just get rid of some excess heat in the car. He's left the line now. So I can't give you 64 foot times. My timing screen is not showing those at the moment. I'm working solely off the screen on the stream at the moment. But Richard twitching, previewing his way up through the tunnel. 92 miles per hour into Junction, and yeah, the spray's slightly less in the car. East Bray this time, very close to the verge. Top of the East Bray and across the line, and it could be a 43.02. 43.02 puts Richard currently into second position. And now Jack Cottrell lying 10th in the championship in this Dallara. So he had a few issues recently with his fly-by-wire throttle, and eventually he took the decision to change from the fly-by-wire back to a physical throttle cable, which is not as easy as it sounds on these cars to change to, but Jack is now getting used to the different feel of the throttle pedal with the cable rather than the fly-by-wire. He's in wet tyres as well, and yeah, Jack just wiping his visor there, a few specks of rain in the visor, but it's still raining a little bit here, and he's leaving the line shortly. And he's off. Running a similar engine to Alex Summers, the Cosworth XD. This Oak Tree and then exiting Gargan Gate. 0.3 seconds down on Sean's time at Garden Gate, and 0.2 Junction, so it's pretty close to Sean Gould's time. Jack Cottrell, can you get a few more tenths of a second? Good passage to East Bray, and he's ahead now. He's 0.32 up on Sean Gould, so it could be a 42 plus little. It's a 41.74. And we've got some impartial observers here in the commentary box, but 41.74. That's a really super run from Jack Cottrell. That's really super for Jack Cottrell. 41.74. So that guarantees him. That guarantees him 8th place in the runoff, so a good haul of points at the moment. Dave Warburton. Dave really likes this hill. The hill suits this car. And Dave's had really good results here in the past. Bit slow off the line. but heading up now towards Garden Gate. So this will be against Jack Cottrell's time. He's a bit slower than Jack at the moment, and quite wide through Garden Gate, but safely through towards Junction. 0.42 down in Jack. A really good time from Jack. They pick it up in the top half of the hill. Bit of a twitch at East Bray, but gathered it all together. Now ahead of 0.3 was a really good jump across the middle from David Warburton. Very wide the last corner, and it's a 41.79 to just 500ths slower than Jack Cottrell. Just lost at the last corner. Had to possibly lift off to avoid the barrier, but a little bit of understeer the last corner, but safely through 41.79. Another good run here at Doune from Dave Warburton. To Jonathan Varley now in the Predator. You can go on YouTube and see a in-car video of this car being driven up the hill by Graham White Jr. 15 years ago perhaps, when it had the V10 engine in it. Now there's a jewel of an engine, the Terry Davis 2-litre engine in the back of the car. Jonathan's a very experienced driver. Very quick here at Doune, class record holder. Has a good time off the line. A lot of unlucky runs this year, Jonathan. Finished 11th a few times. And 12th. We're currently got 8 points in the championship. Slightly slow than at the moment. But picked up a bit there. David Warburton picked up a lot over the meadow. Oh, Jonathan really quick through the bottom of East Bray there. Up towards the S's, neat and through there. And around the last corner, close to barrier on the inside. Is he going to take a lead? 42.33. So Jonathan Varley goes into third position at the moment and will score some points today. As I said, a couple of 12th positions and 11th and 3 10s, 4 10s. So here's Trevor Willis, 3 times Hillclimb champion. It's been a while since Trevor won a Hillclimb here. 2018 was Trevor's last weekend of triumph here at Doune. Anyway, that's a good start time, 0.14. 400 is the difference now for Trevor, so Trevor is pushing into Jack Cottrell now up to Junction. 102nd in it at that point. Similar size engine in the car, 3.2 engine RPE, and nearly clips the verge coming out of East Bray. But a safe run through the top. Will it be a 41? It's a 42.18. So he goes into third position. So it's still Jack Cottrell leading from Dave Warburton. Trevor Willis third, Jonathan Varley fourth. So now Will Hall, perpetual third place runner this year it seems. I think he's had about 12 third places in runoffs and currently third in the championship in this Gould GR59. Similar car to a run raced by Ryder and Gould. Will always pick off the line. There should be a bit slower, 0.15 down on the quickest so far. So I'm sorry I can't give you 64-foot times. But Will now well up at Garden Gate. So can this be quicker than Jack Cottrell's run? And they're even quicker. It's 0.72 at Junction. So it's looking like Will heading up to the lead of the runs at the moment. Up to East Bray. Yeah, through East Bray. Smoothly, no problems there. And the S's. And this should be the leading run so far. 0.83 up at the S's. That's a 40.56. So Will Hall takes the lead in the 40.56. Over a second quicker than Jack Cottrell. So now we're down to Matt Ryder, and he's now having issues again with the car. They're having to jump start it, as did Sean Gould. And there's this difficulty not catching this time. We've seen this before on the live streams, the car having difficulty. Sean's coming up, running up to lend a hand. It's caught this time. Oh, and careful. John Ryder there helping the team push the car of Matt up towards the start line. Can he keep it on the cam this time? Oh no, it's gone again. Oh dear. It's not doing Matt's. So he's got it going up the line this time. So unfortunately, he had very few tyre warmers on it, so he hasn't had enough wheel spins. He is on the wet tyres, so as they shorten up and dry, this is wet tyres for Matt. Slows away from the line, but he's well away, so it reaches the race line. It just needs a good run here to consolidate his positions. Championship. So up towards Garden Gate, a bit slower than Will Hall's the leader now. So I'm sure he's the top. 1.17 seconds down at junction, which will put him probably in second or third position. He's still down at the S, so it'll be 41 second plus 1. Imagine 41.58, puts him into second place. A good safe run there from Matt Ryder. And now we've got Wallace Minges, 4 times hill climb champion. Local, of course, to the hill here at Doune. And I just had to switch off the microphone there because Wallace's pops and bangs are quite ear-shattering. Wallace is there on the line, ready to go. Eyes are down, and he's gone. 2.34 off the line. I'm just listening to the car, rev racing side up the hill, through the trees, up through Garden Gate, bit down on Will Hall at the moment. And up towards Junction, still a bit down on Will Hall, up a second. No major dramatics from Wallace, up to slight twitch and top of spray, but nothing major, and cleanly through the S's, round the top corner, will be a 40. It's a 41.22, he goes second. 41.22, Wallace is the second position. And a totally different sound there of Alex Summers' Cosworth XD engine compared to the Judd's and Wallace's bigger XD we've had recently. It's raining again a bit more, but Alex is masterful at Doune. And away from the line, 2.24. So just looking up, it's time to... He's up at Garden Gate. He's up on Will Hall at Garden Gate by nearly 0.2 seconds. And he's up at Junction still. So is this an Alex Summers charge to 40-second run? Hugely smoothly through East Bray and the S's. This is a good run now from Alex. Still up just marginally at the S's. So across the line is a 40.54. 200 takes the win. 200th of a second there for Alex Summers to beat Will Hall. So yet again, Will's still looking for his second win of the season. But what an amazing run-off that was there from Alex Summers. So first for Alex Summers, 40.54. Will Hall second. Wallace Mingy's third. Matthew Ryder fourth. Jack Cottrell, a great fifth for Jack Cottrell. Ahead of David Warburton. Again, a good run for Dave here at Doune. Trevor Willis in seventh. Ahead of Jonathan Varley, who picks up in 8th place here at Doune. 9th, Sean Gould for 2 points, and the last point goes to Richard Spedding in 10th position, which leaves Alex Coles in 11th, just outside the points, and Stuart Sugden in 12th. So that's a great finish to the morning's events here. Unfortunately spoiled a little bit by the rain, but it didn't affect the commitment of the drivers at the top of the tree. And a great win there for Alex Summers. The point scores are now on the screen in front of you. And on drop scores now, Matthew Ryder actually takes the lead over Alex with 178 to 170. So still all to play for in the championship. And that is not surprising, that is lunchtime. And we shall be commencing again at 1:45. So lunch at 1:45. We shall see in these conditions whether or not we have a paddock walkabout. It's a bit wet at the moment, but perhaps towards the end of lunchtime we'll be able to get out and talk to some of the drivers. So don't run too far away from your live stream. Keep a lookout for a listening ear for sound coming from your stream if we get out and about in the paddock. But apart from that, if we don't see you before then, back on again at 1:45. So we've got John Munro heading off down to paddock with the camera. So you should be getting some images and some words from John Munro very shortly as he tours the paddock talking to whoever he can find to talk to.
So we're here in the paddock at Doune. We're going to try and stay as dry as we can. So we'll start down here with the top contenders in the British Championship because there's plenty of gazebos out, and it is raining fairly heavily down here in the paddock. Not crazy, but we saw in the runoffs how much a little bit of rain can make a difference. We'll start over here with Wallace, number 1 on the car. He's away looking at data and all sorts in the truck, so we'll not bother him too much, but Wallace obviously putting in a good effort there. Not quite enough to take the win in the runoff, but keeping himself in contention as he always is in the beautifully prepared Gould. And we've got another GR59 right next to him, and of course this is the car that there's a lot of attention on this weekend. You've got Sean Gould and Matt Ryder. Matt, of course, looking to win his first British Championship. I will see if I can get a word with him, but he's taking a little breather right now because obviously that was an intense situation for the runoffs. We'll see if Matt's available. Matt, would you fancy having a quick word with us for the stream? Perfect. So we're going to bring out Matt. That was a bit of a stressful looking situation there. We'll bring you over here to the car. Bit of a stressful looking situation heading into that runoff there. The car seemed to have some issues getting started. So could you just talk us through what was happening? Yeah, so the Sprag clutch, which starts the engine, they do go on these from time to time. We generally life them a couple of times through the year and replace them. Obviously we start the engine quite a lot of times here between double driving and starting at the top of the hill to run back down the hill. So just before Sean's go, it packed in, so the only way to get it started is to bump start it. Probably not the best option really, and that's not the easiest. So in the end it was just a case of using as many revs as you can off the line just to get something in the bag. So overall I'm quite happy really. Unfortunately I can share your experience because when I last competed here in the runoff I also had a clutch that was gone. I had to bump start it, and the thing is, as you can see, when you get to the line your head is still thinking about just getting going, right? So it kind of takes away, and on a damp soggy Doune that's not exactly the mindset you want to be in heading into the run.
John.
No, not when the weather's just changed as well. So yeah, I mean, it would stall if I'd come off the power, so you end up not doing any wheel spins to warm your tyres up. You just get to the line, you hold a load of revs on and you just get it going. So yeah, I think I lost about half a second off the start in the first 64 foot, which is really frustrating, but not the end of the world. So yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? You've got 4 rounds to make it happen, obviously 3 now, but that 4th position is still good points, right? And it's still going to be better than the score you're dropping. But I guess you're still going to be wanting to pick up a couple of wins just to be absolutely sure of getting this championship. Yeah, we don't come here for 4ths generally. We try and get as many points as we can. But having said that, I've got a few zeros in the championship that I need to beat. So anything that's a solid, consistent top 5 or something, I'll be happy with today. And anything we can do to get the car starting would be fab too. Well, fingers crossed you get sorted with the clutch issue, and yeah, we'd love to see you out there later this afternoon. And best of luck for the rest of the weekend and for the championship. So that was Matthew Ryder, of course, looking for his first British Hillclimb Championship victory this season. We've got Alex Summers next to us as well, winner of the first runoff. Alex, I see you eating a sandwich. I don't know if you want to hang on before chatting to us. I really don't want to take you away from your delicious looking sandwich, but it is cold, I take it, so we're okay. How was that for you? Because I mean, we know you have a lot of confidence up here at Doune. You've got confidence in the car, but these slippery conditions definitely test the highest level of that.
Arguably, if the weather's consistent throughout the runoff, going last is great because you get to see what Matt and Will and Wallace did.
Are you watching it on the stream to see the conditions as well, or is that a bit too late?
I could see, parked over there, I could just see John's screen. Okay. So I could see the green, the red, the sectors. I couldn't really hear what you were saying because we were warming the engine, but yeah, it's obviously that when the rain just sort of normalises and you know the track's wet, you're not losing anything. It can only get so wet, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's just that weird in between where everyone's on different tyres as well, so it's just a fascinating watch, and obviously the position you are going into the runoff is going to make a big difference. Yeah. So you've just got to give it your all, really. I thought I'd completely messed up because qualified quickest, and I looked over there and I thought, oh no, the Trussocks or whatever they are completely, black with cloud. But fortunately it came at the beginning, so I think everyone got the same track, which is kind of what you want, really, right? It was obviously more than a little bit stressful for Matt, bless him. We've all been there. Like, it just plays on your mind, but he did a great job to get it over the line. And as I heard you say, a good score, healthy drops. He's got a second to drop, so I've only caught him by 1 point because of that. So the championship, well, still possible, is somewhat unrealistic.
You've got to win everything, and you've also got to rely on Matt not to do the best, which is not what you want, because obviously you guys are really enjoying a fight. But you're going to give it your all anyway, stay in the mix and see what happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've said all along, and I maintain, I don't want anything bad to happen that leads to a result, if that makes sense. Fighting for individual wins and winning here, I mean, I love it here. This is the place where I've won, of my run-off wins, I've won the most, as it were. It's like 11 or something. I just love it, and the car's brilliant up here. It's got so much downforce. We carry quite a lot more wing than our competitors, and I think that's where it really shines in the first sector. So yeah, I absolutely love it. And I saw Will do a 40.5, and I thought that was realistically all there would be in the track, because weirdly when it's full wet it's a lot easier. For reasons you know, but can't really explain.
It's kind of grease versus like clean water that washes away things versus grease and just some sort. It's the rubber it brings up from the bottom of the tyre onto the surface, and then that's what's causing the oils that are in the rubber basically that makes it so slippy. So you actually need more rain to wash that away rather than the dampness, which kind of just brings out the oil.
Wow, that's a Tech Tuesday, isn't it?
Well, you're far more techy than me, so but yeah, you can definitely feel that. But yeah, it was a great commitment, and great to see you taking another victory. Hoping for the same this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, that orange ball, if that could just stay out. I'd like doing that 36 early. This hill, there's a thing called the Doune shakes, which is what drivers talk about when they get to the top. When you do a pokey run up here, it's sort of an ineffable feeling. It's kind of like a bobsleigh run, but uphill. So I'd love to do like a 35 to sign off the day, because as I say, I'm realistic about my championship chances, but it'd be lovely to just try and win something and go fast and have a good time, because I think that's kind of what the team need, and yeah, especially after the exhaust braking yesterday. So thank you to Wallace for lending us a welder and Trevor Willis for doing the welding. Kind of speaks to the kind of sport we have, that 3 of my closest competitors were up until 9 o'clock fixing the car, because my welding's bad, very bad. So yeah, no, it's all good. It's good so far. So yeah, very happy.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. Best of luck this afternoon, and yeah, we all hope it stays dry and the sun stays out and everything warms up. I'll let you finish your sandwich. Enjoy. Right, so that was Alex Summers. We're going to take a quick wander down here, look at some of the other cars. We can't go too far away down the paddock, just in case we run out of range here for the stream. So you've got Will Hall, another one of our Goulds. This is the third GR59 we've looked at, looking great in the blue livery. Obviously, Will spent many years driving the likes of the Force, and definitely getting to grips with this car, because it was seriously quick. Second in that runoff there just before the lunch break, so great to see Will doing so well in the number 5. You've got Trevor Willis here in the OMS. Always up there, always competitive. As we wander further down, Nicola Mingus and Dave Uren's Gould as well. Both running well, neither taking part in the last runoff, but looking to get into it this afternoon. And then we've got George Coggle in the beautiful Chevron, changing some tyres. George, do you want to have a quick word? I saw your moment at Eastspray this morning, but I also saw all of the runs before that where you were absolutely on the limit, pushing it, sliding it around. So just tell us what it's been like this weekend for you.
It was very slippery in the morning. First couple of runs, and then last run, good dry run, and sun was in my eyes, and I couldn't see a corner.
Did you go on the grass?
Yes, I just went straight onto the grass. Wasn't going too fast, so I got back on. No damage done, so that's good.
Yeah, it's good. I actually thought your rejoin was great, because there's a few folk that have come back on and damaged the car. We saw with Stuart yesterday, so it was good.
I missed it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's good.
It's good. And how are you enjoying obviously you've been driving this for a few years now, an ex-Keke Rosberg car, huge amount of history with it, but it just looks like so much fun to drive. How are you finding it in terms of how it actually feels, the handling, and does it feel like you can get everything out of it now?
I think so. It's an older design car, so it's quite smooth and nice to drive actually. Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Brilliant. Thank you for talking to us, George. And you hoping for a drier run this afternoon?
Yes, the last run hopefully. Then we'll get dries back on.
Yeah. Keep it on the black stuff, and we'll look forward to seeing that, because George has been very spectacular to watch all weekend, as he always is. So well done. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers. Thanks for speaking to us. Obviously, we move away from some of the top British Championship contenders as well, but I mean, there's still some fantastic cars here. Jack Cottrell's Dallara, cover over the engine at the moment, but he was going really well in that runoff actually, very, very impressive. You've got an OMS here, and then we move towards some of our Sports Libre. I wonder if Simon Bainbridge is about, the winner of the tin top runoff. Not sure we've got him to speak to just now, But he's been running really, really well this weekend, just pipping Stuart Reid there to the first run-off win. And that car, I mean, when you see it up on the hill, for somewhere like Doune Hillclimb, it's very wide. You know, I've competed against Simon at places like Blyton where the track's a bit more open and you get higher speeds, and it goes really well. It's an incredibly quick car, huge amounts of downforce, but up Doune, it's pretty much as wide as the circuit is. So Simon's really got to be incredibly precise to keep it away from the barriers, and does a phenomenal job at it. So well done to him for taking a win there. You've got a few cars covered up as we move further down the paddock. I'd actually quite like to take a look at Stuart Sugden's Raptor here. He's sharing with Steve Marr this weekend. Interesting of note for this car is that it's just had the engine turbocharged, so it's now got the 1340 Hayabusa with the turbocharger, so producing a lot more horsepower than it was, nearly 400 horsepower I'm led to believe, and it was out testing last weekend at Golspie in the Scottish Sprint Championship, but it's good to see them bringing it to the hill. I'm seeing Steve Marr there. Steve, do you fancy a word with us? Because you've obviously come from, you've driven cars like this before, you've had the Saxon with a 1 litre engine and other single-seaters, but jumping in this with the turbocharger, almost 400 horsepower, what's it like as a driver, with experience of single-seaters, but not necessarily combining all that power at the same time?
It's quite a challenge, but especially when it's somebody else's car.
Oh, yeah.
But no, it's lovely. It's very progressive, it drives, it really accelerates lovely, it's very practical. Stuart's seems to have settled in very well with it. Well, you saw a runoff, yeah. So first event with it. So no, it's good. It's lovely, and it's a privilege to get to drive these cars with the guys as well. I know I work on them, but it's still very nice to get a shot.
And these are the trickiest conditions as well to be driving a car like this with all that power. But you're saying it's progressive, so it doesn't feel like a kind of on-off turbo. It actually feels fairly linear.
It definitely builds is quite linear. It's certainly more tractable than I was expecting. I was expecting some on-off switch that would just go mental, and no, it's actually okay.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck this afternoon. Hopefully you can continue to enjoy having a shot at this car and get into grips with it. But great to see you out in the hill, and good to see you. Thanks, Steve Marr. We've got some fans of Steve Marr cheering on. Got another one of our Raptors here as well, Richard Spedding. He's eating his chips, so I'll not bother him, but he's been running really well as always. This was a car that used to have, I believe, a supercharged version of the 1300, so kind of similar to what's now in the Stuart Sugden Steve Marr Raptor, but he's gone back to normally aspirated 1600 and clearly going well with it, enjoying that, so it's nice to see. Richard fighting for a top 10 position in the British Hillclimb Championship, of course. Don't quite know how far we can go here, Rich, but we'll keep wandering a bit more and see how we go. This is an interesting one. Alex Cole's taken out the Force TA this time. He's had a wild morning, had a bit of an incident early on, but thanks to some good camaraderie in the paddock, managed to get the parts to get back out there again for the rest of the run, so that's great to see. But he's still been pushing it. He's been close to the limits. I was watching Oak Tree earlier, and Alex, I'm pretty sure he just brushed the wall and a bit of carbon fibre came off, so he's still really, really pushing the limits, which is great to see in that Force TA. So obviously enjoying himself this weekend, not being put off too much by the big slides. We've got the Mallet Radical here as well. We've got obviously Jonathan Varley's Predator. This is a beautiful car as well. You've obviously got Darley and Damien Bradley's Subaru. Now, I'm a bit surprised not to see the... Oh, well, not so I saw it on the stream though, so everyone watching this right now knows why that happened. That was a bit of a wild moment actually. So yeah, well, tell you what, talk us through your weekend so far then.
Yeah, fantastic weekend again at Doune. Challenging definitely. The weather is always mixed here. It definitely, you have to put a bit of extra effort in. Being in a different car is slightly out of my comfort zone, but obviously, as you can see, still pushing. So watch Simon do that run on the tin top runoff, and Simon's been very good to me this weekend and put me up in his bus. So I've been staying in his bus this weekend. And he let me out this morning to compete, which was very good of him.
Lock the doors. Keep in there.
Lock the doors.
To be fair, he still managed to get it anyway, so it was okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, but no, saw his time, which is great on the tin top. We can see the time that the previous runner's done, and thought we need to go a bit more. So Stephen reached in, turned it up to 10. And gave it everything, and I knew that I had to carry so much pace to get anywhere near Simon, quicker than I would have ever gone here. So that time's quicker than I've ever gone here in the times I've been here. So I just thought, full send and see what happens, and then kissed the barrier at turn one and was like, well, actually, see how we go. Is this going to end up worse? But got to the top done in the time, but hero of the weekend, Stuart Reid. Just absolutely incredible. So the way he's driving that car on slicks all weekend when the rest of us have been running on full wets, traction control, every driver aid you can possibly get, and there he is with his little 205, and he's absolutely smashing it. So no, hats off to him. I think he's done an incredible job, and hopefully see him in the Tin Top Challenge next year again. So.
That's very kind words, and I couldn't agree with you more. Stuart, he's been coming to Doune for many years now. A phenomenally quick driver, and kind of goes under the radar a little bit. It's a great quick car, but it's still got an H-pattern gearbox. It's still not got a lot of the toys, as you say, and the times he's putting up there are absolutely stellar, and he's a lovely guy as well. So very kind of you to notice his running anyway. Just a quick one as well. So driving this compared to the Legacy, obviously it's still a big Subaru, it's still four-wheel drive, it's still got a lot of power, but what are the biggest difference in terms of getting used to it?
So the Legacy is 60mm longer than Stevens and Pretzer, and the Legacy's on Öhlins. So, which back in Portugal, I was out there with Russ and Wallace when we did the Hillclimb Masters, and Russ convinced me then to go for the Öhlins on the Legacy, which was a big part of our budget, but I think that on the absolute raggedy edge, Legacy just has a little bit of an edge, advantage. Possibly the 60mm longer wheelbase, but it is still very early days for this car, and it's punching. When I first drove it down at Prescott, I was blown away by how well it has been put together. It's so tight and it drives so nice, like a new car. And the Legacy's just a little bit tired around the edges now.
It's not a young car, is it?
No, it's not. So the Legacy needs a bit of care and attention over winter. But the dream for a few years now has been both Stephen and myself to be side by side to compete across the UK hill climb. So that's the plan now. Next year is I had thought about moving to Saloon Libra, putting some aero on the Legacy to try and attract some of the European hill climb monsters, and also maybe some of the Time Attack or Superlap Scotland cars to come along and have a go at hill climbing, but I think we'll just get it tidied up and get it working right. The two of us will have a great season of the Tin Top Challenge again next year, and see how we go from there.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. Obviously we'll love to see the Legacy back out, but it's great to see two of you wrestling this up. It's got to be one of the nicest looking cars, and I am biased. I was going to say the skirts and everything, one of the best parts about it, but we'll Photoshop that bit out.
Photoshop that
and we'll delete it from the live stream, I'm sure. Yeah, no worries at all. Good luck this afternoon, Damien. So that's Damien Bradley there. We've got a few more single-seaters as we head further down the road. I wonder if Stuart Reid is about, because I would love to grab a word with Stuart after that incredible performance in the runoff, but I'm not seeing him about right now. So if I do see him, I'll accost him and we'll have a word. But it was very kind words there from Damien, noticing the effort that Stuart's been putting in the 205. This is the car that you're seeing right now. And it is obviously a heavily modified car. It's got a lot of power running on slicks, but at the same time, it's still a lot more standard than many of its competitors. And it takes a very quick driver behind the wheel to get the most out of it, and that's exactly what Stuart Reid is. So yeah, great for him to get the recognition there, and obviously picking up a second place in the Tin Top runoffs. We're kind of getting a bit further down the paddock now, Rich. I'm not sure. Can we try and go further down? We're okay to go? We've obviously got a lot of the Scottish Championship competitors on the other side as well. I might accost John here. Do you fancy a quick word with us on the stream?
Thanks.
I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but I've already done that. So yeah, you enjoying yourself this weekend?
John, I am very much so. Yes, it's this is my third Doune.
Yep.
I did this event last year, and I was here for May for the classic event with the car, which went quite well.
Yeah.
So I had a time there of back in May of 60 point something, but I'm not going to get that today. My last run I think was the best of the weekend so far. So
it certainly looked it from where we were sitting. I mean, I know that you were talking to me beforehand. You were determined to try and catch John Cow in the beautiful Blue Anglia, and you beat him quite substantially.
I was surprised by that, actually. I have to say, I was trying. I can't say I wasn't, but I was surprised at the difference at the end. So I don't know. The time is there. So I'm happy with that.
Good stuff. Hopefully it dries out a bit more, and then you do get a better run this afternoon.
That would be good.
And then you hope that you still go quicker than John once again.
Indeed.
But yeah, it's going really well, looking great. So thank you so much for talking to us, John, and best of luck this afternoon. So you've got the beautiful Anglia beside there. John Cow, obviously in the same class as John Pacey we just spoke to there, and those two have been swapping positions all weekend. Some of the coolest cars out here in the paddock. You've got such an eclectic mix. You've got all the single-seaters with the huge amounts of downforce, all the technology, all the power, and then you've also got the historics, the thoroughbreds, the sports Libras, the four-wheel drive monsters like the Subaru, and then you've got stuff like this, the Van Diemens. who have obviously got their own class to play in, which is great. They are single-seaters, but they're obviously compromised aerodynamically, designed as circuit racing cars that everyone can compete in, so they're not going to be quite as quick as the stuff we've seen earlier on with all of that downforce. But that's great because they've got a class of their own, and it means they can be ultra-competitive with each other and chase their own records and stuff like that. So always things you love to see. Now I'm thinking it might be worth taking a quick wander over to the other side and speaking to some of our Scottish competitors. Because for those of you watching the British Hillclimb streams regularly, you may not be as familiar with some of the Scottish competitors that don't travel across the country every round to go and compete on the British. Obviously, we have a great Scottish contingent in the British Championship, the likes of Wallace Mingus, the likes of Gary Warren doing very well, Stuart Sugden as well, Alan McDonald you'll have seen many times over the years. But we'll have a look at some of the more regular Scottish competitors. You've got the Howells beautiful imp there. Jenny and Alex have been competing with each other very closely all weekend. This is the Gordons 205 as well. Jodie and Campbell, father and son, sharing that car as they have been doing all year. Jodie putting in some spectacular times this morning, all through the weekend, all through the season, to be honest. So another great car. We've got a few Clios here as well. 3 Clios. So good competition within that class as well. Interesting as well, seeing Andy's Clio here. As you know, may well be more aware. He normally works with Alex and he's working on DJ cars and everything like that. So you're more used to seeing him not behind the wheel, but actually with a spanner in hand or with a pencil in hand potentially. It's great to see him out here in the Clio having a bit of fun, and he's got more competition today than he had yesterday as well. So that's great. Derek Rothney, one of the quickest Clios you'll see across the country, was actually really taking it to some of the 4-wheel drive cars in the class above him earlier. Running low 50s and being incredibly competitive. Not quite up there with the Subaru and the Audi TT of the Rapsons, who he's competing with for second place in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship Road Division, but he's certainly doing well in his class. You like this one? We've got lots of young fans here today at Doune, which is great to see. Always good to get some young people into motorsport and seeing some of these cool cars. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. And then the Battle of the Minis is next up here. There's a few nice cars over there, so we will try and take a spin, but I know we'll be getting back to racing in not too distant future. So you've got number 27 there, Brian Wilson, leading the way in the Minis at the moment. And then you've got Jim Howarth, number 28 Mini as well. These two have been fairly closely matched all weekend, but Brian Wilson's got the edge, so he's currently leading that class. I'm not seeing him about to annoy him right now, but maybe at some stage. Simon Rothney, his first full season out here in the Vauxhall Astra as well. Incredibly powerful car, and it's been great to see him doing so many events. He's going to want to pick up a few more positions this afternoon. I know he's got a bit more pace in the tank. And then you've got some of these 4-wheel drive monsters, obviously the Rapsons. You've got Tommy and Thomas, the Audi TT and the Subaru Impreza that are in the damp going to be giving you a bit more grip than some of the front-wheel drive cars in the same class. They are actually in the same class as the Astra, the Minis, but they've been competitive all season. Some of the best sights and sounds you can see in Scotland for motorsport. We'll take a bit of a further wander down this side as well. Jim Sugden's GTM Libra, one of the rarest cars you'll see in hill climbing across the country. I'm not the person to ask about it, but Jim certainly is, so if we see him we will pester him. But yeah, you do not see many of them. He loves driving it. He used to drive a 350Z Nissan, jumped into this GTM and hasn't really looked back, really been enjoying himself. Father of Stuart Sugden, racing the Raptor 1340 turbocharged that we saw a little bit earlier. So plenty of family connections here at Doune as well. We've seen the Rapsons, father and son combination. You've got the Gordons in their 205. You've got the Howells. You've got the Sugdens. There are so many family teams running in the hill climbs, and not all of them are sharing cars as well, which is really interesting. People bring their own cars and compete against each other as well from the same class or different classes. Davy Littlejohn next in the queue in his 47 Radical. One of the immaculately prepared cars you'll see here as well. We'll see what we've got down here too. We've got a few cars hidden away here on the left. One of the better paddock spots, I would say. An interesting Opel Manta over here. Jock Ramsey. You'll be very familiar with Jock if you've been watching hill climbing at Doune for years. This is an incredible car. The Ramsey family very much involved in everything that happens here at Doune. And there you've got the two of them. You've got John Ramsey's Nova and Jock Ramsey's Opel Manta. Similar sort of cars, one rear-wheel drive, one front-wheel drive, both incredibly quick and very quick drivers as well. So keep an eye out for those on the hill. Always spectacular to watch too. Charlie Fraser's Spire, another 1300 Hayabusa car with a supercharger as well. currently trying to keep the cockpit dry. Might need to get out with the towel though and clean some of the water off the front, because that's going to end up very much in his face later on. Do you fancy a quick word with us, Les? Tell us a little bit about your stunning imp, because you're obviously competing against cars that have a bit more downforce and all this stuff, but you're putting in some great times.
And it's grossly not fair.
Yes. I have tried to get that across in the thing that it's very unfair. But tell you what, you've been doing good times and getting fairly close to them. Just tell us a little bit about your beautiful imp.
It's a Damien imp. It was built in 1978-79, and it was bought by a guy called Terry Bassey. He hill-climbed it in England, did all the hill climbs. Then it was just scrapped, and I found it in Anglesey.
Oh wow.
And it was just a total wreck. They'd cut the whole back end off. So I spent just under 2 years redoing the whole car and getting it back to what it is now.
It's looking absolutely immaculate. And how much power is it putting out roughly?
About 125 brake horsepower, but it only weighs 400 kilos.
So it's quite modest.
It's fiberglass. The whole thing is fiberglass. It's a fiberglass monocoque. It's number 16 of 16 that was ever built.
Oh wow. So yeah, incredible heritage, and it's interestingly, it's actually around about the same sort of power as some of the very low-powered single-seaters, and not that much heavier, like 100 kilograms heavier. A lot less aero, we'll give it that, and a lot more car to shift. But no, you're putting in some great times, and yeah, great to hear a little bit about it. Best of luck this afternoon, and unfortunately, I'm not sure you'll be able to catch some of these boys, but as long as you know what you're going for, that's the main thing. Thanks very much. That's Les Johnson with the imp. This is a fantastic car. Do you fancy having a quick word with us about? Now, you don't see many of these Pulsars. Tell us a little bit about it. How did you come across it? How long have you had it?
I found the chassis on the south coast near Brighton. I think it was on eBay, and it was the centre section of the chassis. It was going to be built as a road car with a Vauxhall engine and a live axle. No suspension pickup points on it, nothing like that. I'd done hill climbing years before, and I needed to get back into it. I got an itch that needed scratching again, and I said the obvious way to go is a bike engine. I'd like the look of these, so I found the chassis, found a bike, broke the bike, put the engine in it, Sierra diff in the back, Westfield rear uprights, built all the wishbones, all that, Cortina front uprights, built the wishbones, pickup points, done all that. And then I had to find the bodywork, and I found the bodywork was with a fella called Phil Alcock, who owned the rights to it at the time, and he got the moulds. I believe it was with one of the Gray brothers, Tim Gray, I think, in Derbyshire. So I went and bought a set of panels off him. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him, and he said, well, make sure you put the engine as far forward as you can. And I said, no, it's in the middle. Better weight distribution. He says, it'll never turn in.
It looks like it does, and your times would suggest it does.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Tim Gray doesn't know what he's talking about. I think he definitely does.
I think he was on spec tyres on road-going RGB series, so that's where the difference came from. But no, we track-dayed it for 6 years, and then my son said, can we go and do some sprints and hill climbs? I said, well, we won't be competitive, but there we are.
And you're leading the class. Tim Gray, for those of you who aren't aware, is responsible for the Spire cars, right? Yeah. So Charlie Fraser's Spire, or at least he's got heavy involvement in them. Yeah. I think I saw you, was it Aintree Three Sisters a couple of weeks ago? Yes. So I've been seeing this car dotted around the country. What sort of events do you compete in on championships? Liverpool Motor Club?
I don't bother doing any championships. This year we've done Anglesey, the first two. Obviously Saturday, Sunday, 2 different layouts. Then went to the Isle of Man, did the Manx Classic, three hill climbs, 3 days. If anybody's watching and they've got the time, go. It is something that you've got to do. To go on open roads, and the islanders encourage you to use them on the open roads as well. Once you're scrutineered, you can do what you like, it appears. Then I've done a couple of Scammerton dams. I love it there. It's easy to do. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs a day, and it's very technical. It teaches you an awful lot about setup and what have you. I've then done Aintree a couple of times this year, Three Sisters here, and then I've got Anglesey in 3 weeks' time.
Brilliant. Well, so a good packed schedule. You're getting the most out of the car and seem to be enjoying it. So great to see. Best of luck this afternoon. Enjoy it, and hopefully for your sake you can hang on to the class win. Brilliant. So yeah, you don't see many of these Pulsars, but it's immaculately prepared. Keeping it nice and dry so you don't get soaked. That's a clever idea. Very, very sensible indeed. This is Mark Rennie's Fiesta. I feel like I'm just repeating myself. Everything looks immaculate, doesn't it? There's a bit of mud around. There's been a lot of water here at Doune, a lot of muddy grass. Definitely need the walking boots out if you're not racing. But this is just a stunning car. Fiesta Mark 1. Not seen it very often, so it's good to see Mark Rennie back out. There's a few more. I can take you around a quick look at some of the other cars, and then I think we're going to get back to action very, very soon, so we'll not linger too far. You've got the GBS here, 743. Kenneth Sutherland competing in that one today. I think Ross isn't taking part. He did a run yesterday. I'm not sure what the reason is for that. Stuart Dow in the 41. Caterham, he's been phenomenal this year in Scotland in the 1600 Caterham, taking up many good results overall. Actually, I believe he might have taken an FTD earlier this season against some of the race cars in the damp at Forestburn. So, you know, for those of you who know Stuart, he's a great driver, and that car is set up incredibly well. Looks beautiful, and yeah, he's doing a great job. So fingers crossed we can see some more times from him this afternoon. We've got the Kings MX-5, Mike and Jim. Mike fighting for championship honours this year, and Jim trying to keep him on his toes. Neil Ross's Boxster. And then we've got the Mackenzie brothers in their Caterham 7. And Lovett Fraser, the two cars competing against each other in Class A5 here today for the sports cars up to, I believe it's 1700 cc's. So very different cars, but similar sort of idea. You've got the Caterham 7, and you've got Lovett in his Raw Striker with a Toyota engine. But at the moment, the Caterham's just got the edge. A couple of seconds up the road. I know Lovett will be trying his best to try and catch them. And they're just having some conversation at the moment between the gazebos, which is nice. David Reed's over here with his Subaru. David currently leading the way in the road division in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship, looking to secure that this weekend. We've got Brian Hunter in the third of our minis. You enjoying yourself, Brian?
Aye, it's good, aye.
Yeah. How are you finding it all this weekend in the damp at Doune?
Oh, it's damp and greasy. Yeah, it is very damp and greasy. But no, I've dropped the tyre pressures right down, and I'm seeming to get a bit more traction now.
Good.
So I was running too hard a tyre, I think. So there are brand new tyres on it, so I'm just sort of bedding them in as well. So no, I hope to get a decent time this afternoon.
Brilliant. Hopefully it dries out for you as well.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your afternoon, Brian. I believe the cars are firing up again, so we will be going with our first batch, and I'm going to head back to the commentary box to do the Scottish coverage, and then we'll see John Brown later on. But I think, if that's all right with you, Rich, we're going to wrap up the paddock walk for now. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you've learned something about some of the cars taking part in this weekend's event here, the British Hillclimb Championship and Scottish Hillclimb Championship events at Doune Hillclimb. And we'll give it a break for now, but join us in a few mo's for the first runners in the Scottish Championship.
0, 1 and 1 to the assembly area, please. Cars in batch 0, 1 and 1. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Doune. There was a bit of a rain shower, as you may have seen during the runoffs, but thankfully, after that little paddock walk, the sun has been shining, and we will once again go through the process of hoping that it keeps on getting drier and doesn't rain again, and then inevitably it rains and we all get sad again. But, you know, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. We're going to get a dry run this afternoon for everyone, and the first person to hit the hill for the second set of timed runs here is Alex Howells in the Hillman Super Imp. Now we've got some split times on the screen as well, so Alex, and to be honest, conditions once again probably not too different to what they were for the first time runs for these particular runners. So it's going to obviously give us an indication fairly soon, depending on the split times of a few runners. Jody Gordon will be close to the limit, so we'll see from Jody how the conditions are now compared to what they were earlier, or we'll at least get a bit of an indication. Alex Howells as well, of course. So as Alex comes up now towards junction, he's getting nice and close to that arm coat, perfect line of the way in there. 36.53 is actually over or just under a second up on his split from this morning, so it looks like the conditions at the moment okay, and Alex Howells will look to improve on his first run. Heading into the S's, 56.21, so he's actually found even more time. And you can see the grip coming good to Alex Howells at the moment. He's looking to beat a 69.23, and it's going to be a 67.84, so he finds about a second and a half. Stays in 7th position. In fact, no, that's a lie. He's jumped ahead of Jenny and Sam from 9th up into 7th position. So we will see Jenny and Sam back out again soon, trying to beat that. Meanwhile, Jody Gordon's purple through the last two sectors, 45.45 to junction. And that's actually identical to what he was earlier, I believe. So this will be a very close time, and it is 54.96, so he only finds 0.2 of a second. So maybe the conditions are still there or thereabout for these guys. I mean, Jody was identical on the splits of the S's to the nearest 100th of a second, which just shows you his commitment and how close he's going to be to the limits. Meanwhile, Guy McKenzie will give us another indication here. First of our A5 runners this afternoon. Heading out of the last corner, 55.26 was his time from this morning, and it's a 54.76, so crucially for Guy, it's not enough to jump him ahead of brother Jamie, sharing that car with him, so he remains second in class, just over a 10th behind Jamie, who's still to do his second run. Lovett Fraser will need to find 2.5 seconds if he wants to challenge the Mackenzies. Oh, and Mike King's gone straight on there at the top of East Bray, sideways onto the grass. Just out of the camera shot, but he's driving back on now. No damage done whatsoever. Absolutely fine, other than to his time. And clearly he was pushing and trying as he headed through East Bray there. So that'll be an irrelevant time there. But thankfully for Mike, he got a run in earlier that leads him, currently gives him the class lead of 57.04. I guess the question now is, what will Jim King do about that? We're going to see a replay now for those of you watching on the stream. So Mike's going to come up the hill, get on the brakes just a bit too late maybe, loses the rear, locks up the rear, and he actually oversteers off. So it's not one of those understeering moments at the top of East Bray where he's gone straight on. He's actually entered it backwards, which is typical Mazda MX-5 style. But well done to Mike for keeping the car out of trouble, getting back on slowly, and living to fight another day. Hopefully Jim will be out there with absolutely no issues there. And that is going to be the end of the first batch. So just a reminder, if you're joining us, welcome to the stream, welcome to Doune Hill Climb. And if you're joining us from the paddock as well, a big warm welcome to you too. Hopefully you're in for a very exciting afternoon of action here. We've just had, before lunch, the first set of runoffs for the British Hillclimb Championship, both the tin tops and the overall runoffs, and they created some very exciting action, as they always do. But these damp, tricky conditions at Doune, with a bit of rain at the top, bit of rain at the bottom, drying here and there, it was so tricky for the drivers to judge, and we saw that reflected in the times, just how close it was. But Alex Summers taking the overall win in the British Hillclimb Championship. And right now what we're watching is the second timed runs from the Scottish Hillclimb Championship competitors. Now, what I will do at this moment actually is just take a look. Now, I'm not entirely sure who from the British Championship runners are also competing for Scottish Championship points at the same time, but I do have an idea of a few of them. So, I know that Gary Warren who's racing in the British right now, actually leading the class, Class I, for racing cars up to 1100 cc's. He is also going to be scoring championship points. He is going to be this year's Scottish Hillclimb champion, is Gary Warren, but proving he can do it on the British level here, leading the class at the moment by nearly a second from Stuart Bickley. Both of these guys very quick. Richard Matosian looking incredibly quick as well on the Raptor. Identical time to Tom Weaver, both on a 42.84. But yeah, all three of those guys very, very quick drivers in quick cars. But Gary just breaking ahead of those guys at the moment. And that would, of course, mean that he leads the Scottish event overall as well. Bit difficult to compare the two groups because he will have been running at a different time, and on these tricky, drying, getting more wet, you know, all the different weather conditions that we're seeing, it's very difficult to compare directly when you're not out at roughly the same time on circuit. But the gap that Gary's got is very telling. So we'll not see him again until a little bit later on. We'll focus on our Scottish only runners at the moment doing the interclub event, not competing in the British Hillclimb Championship section of the running. But we're now seeing the batch returning to the paddock. So that's the Howells going past me in their Imp. There's Jody Gordon looking very comfortable at the lead of Class A1 at the moment, with many runners still to do their second attempts here in that class. He's got a big margin now. He already had a big margin. He's stretched it slightly. So he should be looking good to take yet another victory in that class. So on the hill shortly, we should be seeing the likes of Ian Wright in his Honda Jazz, Pete Lawton in his Peugeot, who I did say earlier he was looking a bit hesitant into the final corner. He did correct me. He wasn't hesitant. He was entirely out of control, apparently. Or I used a different word to describe it, but I'm not going to repeat that on air. So hopefully Pete can pull together a better run this time and avoid those mistakes. But first off the line is going to be Ewan Bruce, so our junior competitor. And I've been banging on about this all day and all of yesterday, but great to see some junior competitors competing here in Scotland. 14 to 16 year olds in reasonably low powered standard road cars, but when Ewan's out on the hill you don't really think of it as a standard road car because he's pushing the edges. 2.96 to 64 foot, that's going to be an improvement on earlier. So he's already found a couple of tenths. Now, bearing in mind, Ewan's run earlier of 61.15 was a new junior class record. He already held the record because he's the only competitor so far, but it's good for him to push the benchmark as far as possible. Now, it's not dry this weekend, so it's still not going to be a fully capable run from Ewan Bruce in terms of what it can be when we've got dry conditions. But he's going to try and just stretch that benchmark as far as possible for future juniors to come in and have a go. You can see there 61.15 the run from this morning, beating the previous record 61.82. But he's looking like he's going to beat that right now. He's just a tenth of a second quicker to the junction split. Beautiful through spray, little bit of rotation left on the steering as he exited, but neat and tidy using all of the road. Good commitment. 50.34, he's only 200s up now on his previous run, so it's going to be touch and go whether he increases this here. 61.15 to beat, and he's done it. 60.95. It's another new class record for young Ewan Bruce, and that will potentially end a brilliant weekend for Ewan and for the Bruces. Maybe one more run later on, we'll have to wait and see, depends on how proceedings go here at Doune, but either way I think he'll be delighted with that. Thoroughly deserved the result and the credit that he's getting this year for some great performances first time out. Ian Wright meanwhile is on the hill in his Honda Jazz. 21.38 to Garden Gate. This is Class A1 now, so moving back into the Jody Gordon, the Howell class. And Ian was sitting in a good position after the first timed runs. Looking good through Meadow. Ian fourth place after the first runs, in fact, with a 60.81. If he wants to improve position, he's going to have to go some because he needs to find a time quicker than a 59.48. I said he was fourth, he was actually third. Slight mistake on my timing screen here, but he jumps up 0.6 of a second to a 60.22. However, no change of position for Ian Wright, so he was third, he stays third. It's Pete Lawton he has to worry about because Pete did not get a great run in earlier, so we expect Pete to go a bit quicker. And Campbell Gordon hangs on to P2 for now. Meanwhile, Sam Shaw in the VW Fox runs a bit deep at spray, two wheels in the grass, but gets it back on the track. That's not the first time he's unfortunately found the boundaries this weekend, although that time, thankfully, there was no barrier to scrape along. but really pushing that little fox. You can see the marks along the door there. Great to see him back out anyway. Is it going to be an improvement? It's not. It's a 68.58, so he's a 10th slower than he was earlier. Remains 9th in class, so that's good news for Alex Howells in terms of position. We'll just have to wait and see what Jenny can do. Meanwhile, John Hamilton next to tackle East Bray. You can see the sun shining at the top here at Doune. Yes, there's a lot of mud around, but warm weather means drying tarmac, which is what we all want to see. And John Hamilton will head towards the line. Looks like he's not going to improve though. 63.99, so not the best run there for John, and he will be under pressure now from this man, Anthony Reid, in the Cherry, who makes his way onto East Bray. Let's have a look at some of the splits then. Anthony Reid, 64.27 on his first timed run. Heads through East Bray, gets the back end out. That's going to cost some time. We're looking at the split to be better than 52.78, and it's not. It's 53.17, so I don't think Anthony's going to improve. If he does, it's not going to be by enough. Expecting a mid-64 here. It's actually 65.13, so the momentum definitely going against Anthony Reid. And he remains 6th in class. This is the man, though, that could be looking to improve, Pete Lawton. Now, if he can get the last bit sorted, we'll be all right. Split time wise, he was 50.21 last time through the S's, so let's see what he is this time. I'm not convinced it's going to be quicker, you know. It's not. It's 52.92, so Pete's made a mistake earlier on the run, or something's gone wrong for him there, unfortunately. So it's not going to be an improvement from Pete Lawton. That's 2 runs that haven't gone to plan, which he will be disappointed about, but he will live to fight another day. 63.52. Nicholas Allen next to tackle in the Renault Clio. He's looking very good actually at this point. Obviously learning the hill at a faster rate than the others because he wasn't here yesterday. The others have had 3 or 4 runs in these damp conditions, and Nicholas just had his first couple this morning. Looking to beat a 65.98. He's got a 55.89 at the split. So this is actually looking slower again. So not every driver improving in these drying conditions. It's not going to be an improvement at all, actually. It's 66.94, so about a second slower than earlier, but we've still got Derek Rothney and Andy Smith, who you see on the course right now. Now, Andy, last time out, 50.24 to the split, and he's 49.49, so Andy is going quicker. Rounding the final corner and towards the line. And it's a 59.47 for Andy Smith, so does find about 7/10 of a second, with Derek Rothney still to do his second run, and he's purple, as you can see at the moment, heading through Garden Gate. Obviously a quick run up through tunnel. 27.68 is the split, so he's just a couple of tenths quicker than earlier. He needs to find a little bit more time if he wants to challenge those in A3. The Rapsons, who he's fighting with in the Scottish Hillclimb Road Division. Looks like he's definitely going to win the class today, but can it be more for Derek? Yes, I think he might have touched the armco there, you know, he was very close to it, or he managed to just touch it. There was a bit of a vibration. Either way, he's going to come through, and it's going to be an improvement, 51.98 for Derek Rothney. Now, how does that compare to A3? It's going to be not quite enough for him. He's slightly slower than Tommy, slower than Thomas. So still, don't get me wrong, a brilliant run in that 2-wheel drive Renault Clio. But it's not enough to dethrone the Rapsons. And that could be the difference maker in terms of 2nd or 3rd place in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship for road cars. But a superb effort either way from Derek. I do wonder if he made a bit of contact there. I'm sure you'll be able to see it on the stream. And tell you who's close to making contact, Brian Wilson, running it very close to the armco on the entry to Garden Gate, making sure he used all of the surface. But comes out the other side with no issue. 30.12 is the split. So that's a big improvement for Brian. He's really finding some extra pace here in the Mini. Heading up towards East Bray, hard on the brakes, steep uphill braking zone, blind corner of course, and Brian goes onto the grass, back on. He's really pushing the limits here, 46.37, so he's still quicker through the split. That wouldn't have helped too much, but I tell you what, he was committed, and he was very close to the armco on the inside through the last corner. Superb driving from Brian Wilson, precision stuff. 55.90 across the line. Not enough to change position, but he never was going to catch those 4-wheel drive monsters up ahead. It consolidates his 4th place in class, which is, I'm pretty sure, all he'll be hoping for this time out at Doune. Really enjoying himself in that Mini. Speaking of Minis, Jim Howarth a little bit more tidy through East Bray, but not looking quite as quick, unfortunately. 49.54 through the split. And he's going to cross the line on a 60.12, so that is a second improvement for Jim. Tommy Rapson in the Audi, and he's going to use the grass at Eastbury. He gets it sideways, he collects it, but it's going to be, the run is going to be over in terms of time for Tommy Rapson. No worries in terms of the car, it's absolutely fine. It's just the run, unfortunately, is ruined, and it was just pushing over Eastbury, much like Brian before him, although Tommy had a bit more of a dramatic moment, getting fully sideways. 55.16. We're seeing a replay now, and this is Thomas Rapson, so heading up the hill. That's Tommy Rapson, sorry. Gets to the top, a little bit too aggressive, and then just the back end comes around. Four-wheel drive not helping him too much there. But unfortunately, the dirt coming back onto the road there is going to cause a slight delay here, so we're under red flag conditions. So Tommy Rapson, unfortunately, not making a mark on Thomas Rapson at the top of the class, and Derek Rothney, because of that, his 600th gap behind Tommy will make a difference potentially in that final standings in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship. Maybe one more run to go, but it means that that 600th of a second that Tommy Rapson got in the first run may be enough to secure him that position. Just getting some intel as well from my colleague John Brown. I believe Simon Rothney may not be taking part in the rest of this event today, so he's got his timed run from the first run. Wasn't as quick as you'd expect from Simon, so I wonder if there was some sort of issue with the car there. Obviously I'm not sure, so I don't want to speculate, but he's not appearing this afternoon, so it's not going to be the result he hoped for today. Now, son of Tommy Rapson, Thomas Rapson off the line in the big Subaru, 2.25 64-foot time, unsurprising, and he's just looking to increase his lead now over David Reed in third, because that's the man who's still got a run to go here in the slowly drying conditions. So let's see what Rapson's like through Oak Tree. Nice and tidy, not too close to the outside barrier. 17.97 to Garden Gate, committed though on the way up the hill. Oh, a bit squirrely towards junction, but gets it all under control. This is a big heffalump of a car to drag up this hill, but it's got a lot of power to get it there. Looking good in the sector time so far. He's looking to beat a 42.50 from earlier. It's going to be a 41 something, 41.79. So he's about 7 or 8 tenths up as he heads now towards the final corner. Neat and tidy for Thomas Rapson, and that's going to be an improvement to 50.76. The man you could hear on the microphone in the background, David Reed, warming his tyres, he's got a 50.76 to beat. It's possible, but it's going to be tough. Meanwhile, Brian Hunter in the Mini, rounding junction towards the meadow, as David Reed leads the line. 2.19 64 foot, so that's quicker than Thomas Rapson was. Let's see what Brian can do. Coming across the line, 57.40, so slightly quicker than the previous run. Finds about 6 tenths, but it's not enough to jump him ahead of Brian Wilson in the other Mini, who's on a 55.90. So David Reed will be the final competitor today in A3, with Simon Rothney not taking his run this afternoon, and this is the one we've got to watch. So let's see the split times compared to Thomas Rapson then. 42.35 to the S's. It's not enough to dethrone Thomas, but it could jump him ahead of Tommy here. He's looking to beat a 51.92. I think he's going to do it. 51.15, so he got pretty close to the other Subaru, 4 tenths away. Jumping up to P2 to David Reed. Looking to be the champion of the road car division for the Scottish Hill Climbs this year. Meanwhile, Lovett Fraser, seeing what he can do about those Mackenzie brothers in the Caterham, heading up now towards Eastbury. All gathered up nicely, using all of the road, getting on the power. Very, very capable and smooth driver is Lovett. Been competing for many years now. He's going to do a 57.03, so a couple of tenths quicker than earlier, but it's not going to make any difference in terms of class position. So good consistency there from Lovett. Meanwhile, Jim Sugden gets us underway in Class A8 for the Mark Sports Cars. Jim, 64.99 this morning, but I do expect that to drop a little bit here. Pushing on, using all of the road once again at the top of Eastbury. Heads into the S's now, 53.23 through the split. We'll see what he is over the line. He's not going to challenge the Boxster of Neil Ross, who's also on the hill right now. And in fact, is it going to be an improvement? I think it'll be a small improvement. 64.85, so he does find a 10th and a half over his previous run. Neil Ross on the brakes into Meadow there, so clearly feeling he couldn't quite carry the speed he wanted to or planned to at the start, having to make a bit of a correction now. That might affect his time. 57.26 from earlier is what he's looking at. He is actually slower through this split. He was slower to junction, he was slower through the S's, and he's slightly slower by the time he gets to the end. 57.48. Clearly confident enough earlier to find those limits. Now this is the one we have to watch, because Jim King, obviously we saw Mike King going off earlier at East Bray. Now can Jim King do something about that, use the better conditions to beat son Mike? Might create a bit of a rift, but we know how capable Jim is. Now he's looking good in the splits. He's done a 48.7. Actually that's I say looking good, it's slower than he was earlier, so perhaps not going to make a difference here as Jim. And he's not, it's going to be a slower run. 58.85, so unable to make any inroads. And that will round off Class A9 for now, with Mike King taking the win from Jim King. Obviously dependent on whether or not we get another third run later on this afternoon after all of the runoffs, so make sure you stay tuned for that later. Stuart Doune now, competing against himself, and that's a stonking time, 48.87. That's definitely the quickest time we've seen post-lunch. And completely unsurprising from Stuart after the season he's had. John Welsh will be next, class of his own in A6. Welshie coming through East Bray. Heading through the S's. 48.07 on the split. And that's going to be a big improvement for John. 58.69 across the line. And obviously competing against himself today in Class A6, but finding some good time in the process. Kenneth Sutherland on the track at the moment in the GBS, and you can see two names at the top left there, but Ross, I believe, opting not to compete. I haven't caught up with them to ask about that, but either way, Kenneth will be crossing the line. It's not going to be an improvement though. Something's gone wrong there on that run. 67.64. Just looking at my timing there, so if there was something on screen to suggest why that was a bit slower, apologies if I missed that. But Jamie McKenzie will be next. Now, he's already got the class lead pretty much sewed up here, because Guy and Lovett couldn't do anything about his 54.62, but he will still want to improve that as far as he can and get more and more comfortable with this car. They've not had it for too long, but definitely putting in some good performances, getting more and more comfortable by the event, and it's a really well prepared car. Jamie committed through Meadow, looking good on the splits though. Looking to beat a 45 through this split, and he's going to smash that. 43.19. This is going to be a statement performance from Jamie McKenzie. Superb stuff in the Caterham, and it's going to be a big improvement. 52.43. That is absolutely putting a stamp on Class A5. Thoroughly impressive performance. Well, Jenny Howells next up in the Imp, and of course the conditions are slowly improving as well, so you can expect some of these runners to just have a little bit better in terms of grip compared to those that ran 10-15 minutes ago. It's at that kind of crossover point where it's almost dry, it's just a bit greasy, a bit damp, and those are very, very tricky conditions, because you don't know about the grip until you find it on the hill, and by that point it's too late to do anything about the corners you've already done. So it's all about feeling your way up the hill and having the bravery and confidence to actually push as hard as you need to. Jenny Howells though, that's a great run as well. 65.60, big improvements from Jenny, and she jumps ahead of Alex again, like she did after the first timed runs, but not quite enough to dethrone Anthony Reid. Meanwhile, Campbell Gordon's already got second, pretty well sewn up here in A1. I don't see him challenging Jody, but he does have the best of the conditions here, so we could see him get closer for sure. Now, looking at the splits, He is currently over a second quicker than earlier, so we could be seeing a 58, maybe even a 57 here from Campbell. 48.42 in the S's, so he's not gained much more there. I think we're going to see a low 58 potentially coming towards the line. And there's a 58.20. So as you may have noticed, that appears to be the end of that particular batch, with the course car heading up the hill, doing a pretty good time, it looks like. Not getting a split time through the S's, but let's see the lines. Close to the curb. Yeah, not bad at all. I'll tell you what, that if you want more track time at Doune, be Tim Thompson. Great stuff from Tim. No time, unfortunately. But yeah, with Doune Hill Climb, obviously, the course cars running up and down the hill, the recovery trucks, these guys do get a lot of track action, which is quite nice. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be going too quickly when you're driving those machines. But we will be seeing that first batch return down there. So you can see in the distance on the stream, that looks like that's going to be Dow and his Caterham. We've had a nice comment actually in, from Chris Ayers here. Someone did a 49 in Class A. How is that possible? I'll tell you how that's possible. Because you've got incredibly quick drivers with lots of confidence, and it can come down to just trusting the grip, trusting the speed. And it just takes everything falling into line. You need to be absolutely familiar with your car, know the limits of grip, trust that the grip is there before you get there. You have to predict that it's going to be okay. And you can see there through the meadow as the cars come back down, it is a fairly dryish line coming through. Big thank you, of course, to all of you watching at home. We've got 600 viewers at the moment on the live stream, so great to see so many people from across the world tuning in to watch this Doune Hill Climb event. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for people over in Australia, over in New York, to travel over to Doune and see an event in person, so it's great that we can bring you this coverage from the venue, and if you ever do get a chance to get over here, I thoroughly recommend it. Thanks, Roy, as well, for your contribution there to the channel. Big thanks to every YouTube member here on HillClimb.TV, because without the support of the members, it would be very difficult to bring you this sort of coverage, and it will go a long way. So big appreciation to everyone who's invested and is a member of the YouTube channel. You can see there, you've got the different tier levels. You've got the green uns there in the top tier, Don Roberts, Rob Clark, Ian Williams, and you can see all of the names there for people that are supporting the channel. So a massive thank you to everyone on screen right now for your various levels of support. And then of course you can scan the QR code on the right to join yourself and become a member of the YouTube channel and help support this brilliant sport. Hill climbing in the UK, an incredible discipline, well organised events, well organised championships, some of the fastest cars in the world with some of the fastest drivers pedaling them, and you can get so close to the action. You can see there on the right hand side of your screen where the marshal's jacket is and the fence running along. That's spectators there standing next to the road, so you get a fantastic view of these cars, all different types. And there was a speed trap there as well, of course, so you know, some of these cars are hitting 130, 140 miles an hour on this hill climb, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And what better way to come and spend a Sunday afternoon? Now that does kind of look like rain on the camera down at the bottom. It's pretty much where I'm sat, and I'm not really seeing it, so the camera's picking up more than my own eyes. I think it's still okay. Maybe it's not rain, maybe it's just something else. So who are we going to have next then? We've had the road cars in the Scottish class, we've had some of the modifieds as well, likes of Stuart Dow. We should be seeing the likes of Mark Rennie and John Ramsey up in Class C0, so that's the racing cars, the Fiesta and the Nova. We'll also see some of the Sports Libras, so you've got Martin Chittenden, who we spoke to at lunchtime, with his immaculate Pulsar, David Littlejohn with his immaculate Radical, and Les Johnston, who we also spoke to at lunchtime, with his immaculate Imp. Lots of immaculate cars out there this weekend. It was, as I was doing the paddock walk there at lunchtime, it was just incredible. So many cars you walk past, you think, well, that looks great, that looks beautifully prepared, so does that one, and you run out of words for all of them. So well done to all of you drivers and family members and team members who keep so many of these cars in pristine condition. Not all of them, of course. There's a few battle scars to be had. But yeah, some really, really interesting machinery. So... So we're about to get underway then with our next batch, and this is where it really ramps up in terms of the overall Scottish Hillclimb Championship results. So we'll see some of our quickest cars. Obviously we've seen some of our quickest cars already in the road divisions, but Mark Rennie gets us underway then for the competition cars. 2.61 off the line. So Mark Rennie, 55.96 this morning. I think he'll go quicker. The track's improving. We'll see what he does though in terms of the split times. He was a couple of tenths quicker already to 64 foot. Now he's heading towards Oak Tree. 20.21 on the split. He's past Oak Tree through Garden Gate. It looked like he didn't appear there, but I believe that was just a slight freeze in the camera potentially. 75 miles an hour through the speed trap, so you can actually see, of course, the speed trap on screen as well if you're curious about just how fast some of these cars are going. And that's a lot of rain at the top of the hill we're seeing. Just heading onto the meadow, that was pretty heavy rain, and I had no idea that was there, so thank you to the cameras being such high quality that we can see that. No rain at the top of the hill though, so it's a very specific spot. We'll keep an eye on that. 45.56 through the split. It's going to be quicker than his first run for Mark, but it's not going to be enough to jump him ahead of John Ramsey, I don't think. It's going to be close though. 55.11. So finds 8 tenths, but it's not enough. There's the rain, you can see it teeming down as we head onto the meadows. And but David Littlejohn carrying the speed out of there. That's the most localised rain I've seen in a long, long time. No sign of it on any other camera, just one camera, and I promise it's not underneath the shower. David Littlejohn through the last corner. He's currently sitting second in class. Can he do anything about Martin Chittenden? He's not going to be able to. It's a 56.14, so a big improvement, but it's not enough. So still the track giving enough grip, but now that rain has stopped at Meadow. Oh no, it's not. It's still there a little bit, but it's definitely calming down. So hopefully a very brief burst from one very small cloud. Chittenden purple through Garden Gate, purple through Junction, purple through the S's. 4.444. So this is looking quick. It's going to definitely improve by about a second on his 55-second run earlier. 54.02. So Martin keeping that gap fairly sizable between the two leaders of the class, and that should wrap things up for C1 in terms of the class win. Les Johnson though not too far away, so we'll have to wait and see. Les having a big moment there over his spray. Just hearing on the chat there seems to be no rain at the meadow, but I swear I could see that on the stream. Is there a shower being set up? Is someone having a shower on the camera? Either way, I looked away at that comment and missed Les Johnson having a bit of a moment, but we saw him pick it all together. He does still improve, 59.14. Yeah, it's definitely calmer now. I think the thing is though, for those of you on the hill, it seems like different parts of the meadow has different amounts of rain. You know, one camera had it teeming down, the other cameras it was completely dry, so it seems inconsistent even in one particular area. It's super, super localised, but definitely seems like it's calming down now. Charlie Fraser going to improve to 50.28, so not quite breaking the 50 barrier on this particular occasion for Charlie, but happy to be at the end in one piece and aspire. And Archie Kerr getting a little bit on the grass there as he headed into the meadow. He's been on the limit of grip all weekend, so let's see how he gets on at Eastbury. He's been throwing that 600cc Hornet around, trying to keep up with the 1 litre cars and doing a good job, but he is limited on power, getting very close once again to the Armco into the last corner, but carrying great speed through. It's going to be an improvement, 50.03, so Archie jumps up to third in class. Ahead of this driver, next up Leslie Sheridan, the 51, 26.5. Looked like the rain was back on there, but I'm not there to say for sure. I'm just looking at the camera. It definitely looked like it's getting heavier again at that one particular point. 41.56 through the split for Leslie. So is this going to be enough to jump back ahead of Archie Kerr? 50.68, it's not enough. Good time from Leslie, but not quite enough to retain that third place that she held this morning. So Archie will be delighted with that. But we're still, of course, to see Gary Dixon, Charlie Forsyth, Andrew McCaskill, and this man, Tom Graham, come to the end of his run in the mega pin. Tom currently at the bottom of the class, but will look to improve and is looking about 3 seconds quicker on this run, so this could well jump him up ahead of Andrew McCaskill. 52.69, it does indeed, but Andrew McCaskill looking quicker yet again. So Andrew McCaskill almost 3 seconds up actually on Tom Graham, so everyone's improving by 2 or 3 seconds right now. McCaskill a little bit tentative on the brakes towards Eastbury, but quick on the way out, so maybe just learning this single-seater because he's quite new to it, doing a great job getting used to this car, having previously just experienced a low-powered hatchback. Slicks and wings, proving a different thing altogether, but Andrew McCaskill showing that it's very much possible to learn and become quick relatively quickly. 48.55 for him, so jumping ahead of Archie Kerr, ahead of Leslie Sheridan and ahead of Tom Graham. Leaving these front two to battle out, and this is where it's going to be really close. Charlie Forsyth and Gary Dixon, not much to split them, never is. Charlie's going to improve on this run, is he? 45.42, so Charlie finds half a second. Gary now needs to find a 46.59, and he's on the hill as we speak, so let's keep an eye on these splits. Committed through Oak Tree, we're going to see him on the exit of Garden Gate here, and he's there in a flash, up through Tunnel, looking good on the splits. He's currently 10th up on Charlie Forsyth. He's now half a second up on Charlie Forsyth, so Gary Dixon looking good here to take the class honours at the moment in C4. Of course, we've got Gary Warren coming later on as well in the British part of the event, and Gary gets it a bit sideways at Eastbury, but all under control, losing just a tenth or two perhaps, 36.26 through the split. Is he going to jump ahead of Charlie Forsyth? I think he is. 43.99 for Gary Dixon. That's a stonking run and takes him to the provisional lead of Class C4 for these runners, although Gary, I believe, was a 41 earlier on. Gary Warren, that is. And until I get confirmation on who's entered in what for this particular event, I believe Gary Warren is entered in the Scottish Championship for this event, especially considering he's actually wrapped up the Scottish HillClimb Championship this year. I believe his 41 still technically leads that class, but as I say, we won't see him until later on. But a great run from Gary Dixon nonetheless to jump into the lead of this particular section ahead of Charlie Forsyth. And that brings us then onto our Classic and Thoroughbreds. Alex Hazelwood looking to improve on his 64, and he will indeed. He's going to jump up to second in class ahead of Tom Marr, so that's a 61.36 for Alex in the midget. Richard Morris next up, currently fourth in class, so potentially not looking to gain position-wise, just looking to go a bit quicker than the previous run. 38.64 to Junction. So about a second and a bit up on the previous run. Looking at 59.72 to S's, and yet 58.2, so it will be an improvement for Richard in his triumph. Heading towards the line now, can he break the 70 barrier? He's going to just do it at 69.75. Tom Marr not far behind though on the hill, heading into Meadow. You can see the rain stopped on the stream. Tom Marr currently third in class, but I believe will be looking to beat Alex Hazelwood again to second, so he's looking for a 61.36. Let's see how the splits are looking then. 52.61 puts him actually quite a bit behind Alex Hazelwood, so I don't know if this is going to be it for Tom Marr. It's not. It's going to be an improvement, but not enough. 63.15. So Tom Marr slips to third in class. Of course, we still have Stephen Muir leading the class after the first run and looking like he's going to improve that time again with purple sectors all the way through. That means it's the best we've seen in the class. 46.06 as he now heads into the final corner, looking neat and tidy, fast as always. It's going to be a stonking run. 56.11 for Stephen Muir, so dominant display, 5 seconds clear at the lead of the class for Stephen, and that's all the runners we're going to see out there today in D1, I believe. So great stuff from Stephen Muir. John Cow in the Ford Anglia has to go some here to try and get ahead of John Pace, and I tell you what, he's certainly pushing top of Eastbury, using all of the road, getting very close to the edge of the grass, clipping both curbs beautifully. Nice turn in here to the final part of the S's. It's looking tidy for John Cow. Can he beat a 61.24? That's the question. It's going to be so close. He doesn't do it. 61.88. That run from John Pace earlier looks like it's going to be enough to hang on to the lead in Class D2. This is John Pace, you now see it on screen. So he's got the class win wrapped up for now, but won't know it at this stage, of course. It's one thing as a driver sitting on the line, you really have no idea what the car in front of you is doing. And that rain shower may put John Pace off in terms of being on the outright pace. It's a 53 through the split, so it's not as quick as earlier. So he's going to know that that's not as quick as earlier, but he's going to find out very soon that he still won the class anyway. So 64.85 then for John Pace. George Coggle, though, needs a run here in the chevron. We saw him go off earlier, spoke to him at lunchtime. Just needs to keep it on the black stuff, nice and neat and tidy. He will be close to the limits of grip in that chevron, you can guarantee it. And this is going to be the run for George. Will he break the 50-second barrier? Of course he will. It's going to be a 47.62 in the big chevron. You tell you what, it's only a couple of seconds off of his record in Class D3. And considering those damp, slippy, greasy conditions, needing to get a run together, that's superb from George Coggle, so he'll be happy with that. John Albiston, meanwhile, heading up towards Eastbury, neat and tidy in the Brabham. He's just been, of course, jumped by George Coggle in the class, but he's not going to improve in this run. In fact, he looks like he will improve. Not going to be enough to dethrone George, but it's going to be a 50.18 for John Albiston. So again, a really good run in the Brabham BT 38. You'll be happy enough with that, I'm sure. Alan Reid sharing the car with Son Stewart, who we saw in the tin top runoff earlier, picking up an amazing second place. So let's see what Alan can do. Stewart we'll see out later on, but this is, of course, us now moving into the British competitors. So Alan and Stewart, also regular runners in the Scottish Championship, but taking part in the British section of the event this weekend, which is great to see, and proving just how quick they are. 52.48 for Alan, just behind Jock, and then Stewart leading the class. Now we've got Stephen Darley, the second of our double-driven entries. Stephen heading up towards Eastbury now, looking good on the splits. Now he's got Damien Bradley sharing the car with him this weekend. That's who he's chasing. 48.62 is the time, and I tell you what, it's looking good for Stephen Darley at the moment as he heads towards the line. 47.74 for Stephen Darley, so the conditions looking good. Darley does it for the moment, but of course Damien Bradley's going to be out again soon once the batch comes back down and we get more runs, so at least he's making him have to work for it. This is now Class F, so we're seeing a few different classes jumping about, and that's simply because the double-driven entries run up the hill first in the British section, then they come back down the hill with this batch, and then of course it means the drivers that they're sharing with can run in their regular class order. So Stephen Mallet then, 46.89, jumps well up in the class towards the lead, not quite quick enough to dethrone Matthew Price at the moment, but second place ahead of Brian Beverley, Alan McDonald, and of course Richard, who he's sharing the car with, and that is going to end that batch. So we've had the majority of our Scottish runners now. We're going to be heading back and focusing on the British Championship for the next hour or so as they have their second timed runs, trying to break into the runoffs and just trying to get some good results on the board. So you will soon be joined once again by John Brown on the microphone. Great to see so many of you watching at home and subscribing to the channel. We've had a number of new subscribers, so a big thank you to David, to Liam, Cult Fiction Man and Andy as well for subscribing. Getting ever so close to 16,000 subscribers. You can see the target on the right hand side of your screen now. It only takes you about 5 seconds to find that subscribe button. If you're not subscribed, click on it, and it means that you won't miss any future hill climbing action in the British Championship. It's not going to cost any money to subscribe. You can, of course, choose to support the channel and become a member, but for free, you can subscribe to the channel, get that number up to 16,000, and we've just had another subscriber rolling in, so a big thank you to whoever that was. And all it means is that you'll be notified if you also hit that notification bell whenever the channel is live with more British Hillclimb action, and that means you're not going to miss future events. So it's well worth your time, well worth doing and supporting this channel so that we can get more British Hillclimb coverage in the future. So big thank you to all of you for supporting. Big thanks to Rich and the team behind the scenes as well for bringing us all of these pictures. And I can see that number creeping up on the right hand side of your screen. Well done, everyone. Keep them coming, keep them coming. We're going to hit 16,000 hopefully by the end of the broadcast, but we'll have to wait and see. I am now going to hand you over to John Brown, who's going to take you through the rest of the British action. And it's been an interesting day so far, John. Slippy conditions, but getting better now. But obviously for the British runners looking at run-off contention, they are not really worried too much about their first run. This is basically a reset now, and they need to absolutely nail it from the get-go.
Yeah, they're going to try and make sure they qualify first of all, obviously. Once that's done, they can then consider the run-off. So some of the drivers in the class rounds will make sure they get to the top, get a good qualifying run. But yes, changeable conditions, clouding over here and getting quite dull yet again. So who knows what the weather's going to do over the next hour and a half. This is Scotland. We changed the condition, 4 seasons in one day. Hopefully we won't get any snow as has been here in the past. But all to come the next 1 and a half, 2 hours. Some good exciting hill climbing, and I shall now settle myself in and bring you through the rest of the day's action. So thank you very much to John Monroe for that. John, I'm sure we'll go up to watch on the hill, and he may well send me the occasional message to tell me what we can see in the blind spots between the cameras. So thank you very much, John, and thanks also for that lunchtime walkabout in the paddock, which was excellent. Yeah, subscribers is now creeping up to 50,924. So thank you. So it seems that there will not be a third run for the Scottish runners today, from what I'm hearing. So thank you to all of the drivers from the Scottish Championship. As you can see on the screen, it is now started to rain. A bit heavier down here at the start line. So all options open again. So you may have been obviously watching the run-off earlier when Alex Summers took the win from Will Hall with Wallace Mingus third and Matt Ryder fourth, and you may be wondering how that affected the championship. Well, at the moment after that run, on the best 21 scores, which are what count over the season, the best 21 scores across the 27 run-offs, at the moment Alex Summers and Matthew Ryder are actually tied on 193 points each. But the main thing is that the next time that they score in the run-off, Matthew Ryder will only drop a 1 point, whereas Alex will drop a 7 point. So it's almost certain that the championship will go on to the final round at Lowton Park in a couple of weeks' time. So, but the weather's closing in again, so we'll have to wait and see how that affects things later on during the day. We've got John Ramsey coming to the line in his Nova. Scottish Championship classes. I'm not sure what's happening here. I see John Ramsey didn't actually get a second run time, it looks like, so maybe John missed his run earlier. So this is John Ramsey taking his second run in the Scottish Championship classes, followed up by Jock. Time for John Ramsey is a 52.5 8.5, which confirms his win in the class. So we now got Jock Ramsey, number 72, into Class C2, the British runners, modified series production cars between 1400 and 2 litres. So Jock, 53.93 for Jock Ramsey in that one. So it's a bit slow, the thing's a bit wetter here now. Then we get Stuart Reid, after that fantastic run-off he had earlier. And Stuart followed up by 2 more tin top contenders, Damien Bradley and Jeff Twemlow. So Stuart Reid crosses the line, 52.34. So obviously it's a bit slow on the track now. It's good 3.5 seconds slow. So Stephen Daly's run from a few minutes ago is looking really good. Timing for him. Damien Bradley on the hill. He's going to be at 45.74 now with Stephen Daly set. Doesn't look as if you do that. A big slide after the last corner and after the last bit of the barrier. 49.96 for Damien Bradley. Now staying in this class, the over 2 litre modified productions is Jeff Twemlow. Finished 8th in the runoff. And he'll be followed with Jonathan Williamson in the first of the Porsches. And all the cars in this class competed in the tin top runoff earlier. So we expect to see them all again. There only are 8 entrants today, so we expect to see them all again shortly for the runoff, the second runoff. Jeff Twemlow's time 62.57. And now we have 2 Porsches on the hill. Jonathan Williamson followed up by Andrew Norris. So Jonathan Williamson's a 55.88, which is not that much slower than his early run, but it means Andrew Norris will finish ahead of him in the class. Currently only 700s ahead after the first runs, but obviously Jonathan is slower. The class will be won by Stephen Darley from Damien Bradley. Andrew Norris, a 54.96, so confirms himself in 3rd in the class. Now we have Matthew Price. Matthew Price in the Radical was leading the class, still leads the class ahead of Stephen Mallet. It's 47.27 for Matthew. Brian Beverley has got to try and do something about the 2 Radicals ahead of him. Not used to losing here in this Westfield, so can he pull out a second to take the class lead over Matthew Price? Over the 2 runs, Matthew's at 46.49. Brian's out past that time already. There's a 49.49, so obviously conditions not so good. And Alan McDonald, a surprisingly slow time for Alan, the first run. 51.11. We're going to see Richard Mallet now. May come after next few cars, but Alan McDonald sliding about over the top of the hill. 48.72 from Alan. That's a good improvement, but just keeps him in 4th position, unfortunately. Then we've got Simon Bainbridge in the Amazing Corona that won the first tin top runoff. He had a slender lead over Duncan Barnes, who was pretty lifted during practice. So Simon on the leaf line of the track there, but Simon over the finish line. He was slower than before, 50.95. And Duncan Barnes in the Norma. So he still to find 3/10 of a second, but conditions are slightly slowed. I'm sure this will not be quite as quick as he was earlier. Tentative through the top corner. He's just going to be a bit slower, 50.41. So quicker than Simon Bainbridge in that run, but overall, Simon Bainbridge wins the class. So Will Kerr in the Hornet, running himself in this 600cc car in the class. Son Archie was in the car earlier on. That's a 48.78 for Will. That's an improvement for Will. And Richard Mallett. Richard Mallett in the Radical. Take it easy through to Junction. He's at 64 the first run, which is probably had an issue that run because it's a lot slower than the other cars. But here he goes at the top of the hill. Moving quite gently through the East Brain to the S's. Already past 55 at the split. So he's not going to be quicker, I don't think, than his first run. No, it's a 65.74 for Richard. So that class won by Matthew Price on his first run time from Stephen Mallett, Brian Beverley and Alan McDonald. And now the double driven Formula Ford of Paul Harris, sharing the car with son Jimmy. Van Diemen from 1985, very popular car. So improvement for Paul Harris at 56.18, but leaves him in third position. So that's the end of that batch, and I think we could probably go through and look at the qualifiers for the tin tops. Will be as we had before. I'll try and check out an order for you. So looking at the times from that runs for the Tin Top Challenge, fastest qualifier this time will be Stephen Darley on a 47.74. Stephen Darley 47.74 will be fastest qualifier. Second fastest Stephen Bradley. Third fastest will be Simon Bainbridge. Fourth fastest Stuart Reid. Then we have Jock Ramsey, Andrew Norris, Jonathan Williamson and Jeff Twemlow. So for the running order of the top 10, it will be Damien Bradley who will run first as the slower of the double-driven impressive drivers. So we'll see that run off after we've seen the rest of the British Championship runners, which are really the single-seater classes from now on till the end of the runs. See the Porsches coming down the hill and the sports cars, Matthew Price leading Brian Beverley and Alan McDonald. So we're all coming back to padding now. We should be ready to go with the next set of runs for the up to 1100cc racing cars. Unfortunately, the only double-driven car we had here, Robin and Auntie Wood, had an off. I think it was Auntie, maybe Robin. I think it was Auntie had an off just after Garden Gate yesterday. So the car not fit to run today. So we've lost them from the class, and also more significantly, perhaps in terms of championship contenders, we've lost David Tatham in the Firehawk. David had his first practice run yesterday, just at the very bottom of the hill. He got a bit of a tank slapper at the bottom in the flat stretch after the first corner, and basically damaged the right rear corner, and also the part of the tub for the front suspension also damaged the tub. So he not been able to run today. He'll be going home, hoping to have the car out for future hill climbs. I believe he's got one every weekend, the next 3 weekends. So he maybe will have to call his brother to give him a double drive in his brother's OMS. So good luck to David and getting the car fixed. And we have the current Scottish Championship leader, Gary Warren, on the line, ready to go for his second run. Gary off the line now, 2.4 seconds. He did a 41.42 the first run. As you know, track conditions are changeable. It looks quite dry, mostly very close to Ryder on the exit of the tunnel there. And quick across the meadow. And you can take each brave. Yes, he can take a little bit of a tail slide. This was a quick run from Gary. But still a bit slower, I think, than the first run. Again, a tail slide over the finish. 41.36. How wrong can I get? 600 quicker for Gary Warren. Maintains his lead. Tom Weaver next to run. Sequence this class, so Tom Weaver, number 91. In his Empire Evo, he's had a few cars in this class the last 2 years. Again, scored championship points this year on a couple of occasions, I believe. Yeah, he scored 3 points. Qualified for 2 run-ups, scored 3 points. Jonathan Fleischer follows Tom up the hill, and Jonathan had a very good run off at Val d'Isère in the Channel Islands, where he scored 2 points in the Channel Islands. So Tom Weaver 41.19. Tom Weaver takes the lead over Gary Warren. Stuart Bickler will follow Jonathan Fleischer, so this is going to turn into a hotly contested class, as it always is. These single-seater Suzuki's remain, apart from Richard Torson's BMW. Suzuki engine single-seaters are really quick and very powerful for the size of the engine. 43.64. Jonathan Fleischer, a bit quicker, but only good enough to move for 5th place. Stuart Bickley, who is lending his part to Alex Coles and should now have back fitted his own car, ready to take it off again. So Alex is on. Stuart Bickley needing a 41.0 basically, almost to win the class. Looking quick. In June he had a bit of an off at the top of the East Bray, but he's cured that. That's a good run at a 41.75, not quite enough to take the lead, and is at 3rd place behind Tom Weaver and Gary Warren. He was seated in the mega pin. Called up by Jimmy Harris in the Formula 4 Van Diemen. Rudy Seaton at 40. 9.48. That's a bit of improvement. Stays 6th in class. Jimmy Harris, he was leading the Formula 4s after the first run by a few seconds from Sarah Bosworth, which was surprising. But Sarah's on the hill just behind him now. 2 Van Diemen's on the hill. And Jimmy Harris going quickest of the class at the moment, 50.30. So a quicker run, so a lot for Sarah Bosworth to do now to get 4 seconds off her previous best. She's doing her own personal best at the moment, but not quite into the purple sectors yet. Alan Warburton, number 710, sharing car with son David. Sarah is not going to beat Jimmy Harris. He's going to have 54.16. Again, a bit quicker, but still stays second in class. So into the double-driven cars with this batch. There's Alan Warburton first of all, and the up to 1600cc. Up Suzuki Gulaf GR59, 45.04 for Alan. Followed up by Nicola Dearden in the 2-litre class. In the Gould Dallara. Big wing in this car, very narrow chassis. When it was racing, it would have had side pods for Formula 3 racing, but they've been taken off. Obviously, you don't need quite so much side pods in this car, in this class on the hills. And so slim to cleave through the air. And Nicola is sharing with Andrew Henson, who will be up in the next batch of cars. The time for Nicola, she's a 63.4. It's a 64.45. Andrew Colburn in this Van Diemen RF02 at 1690 engine. I think it's a Duratec. And he crosses the line of 53.35. That's a good 2 seconds quicker than his earlier run. Nicky Corser in the family pull beam. Nicky, as I said, races Formula Ford in the Storage Sports Car Club, and husband John races the Brabham BT30 in the Storage Sports Car Club races as well. Well into the historical cars. And also obviously supporting son Jack in the main championship. Time for Nicky Cottrell, 54.67. That's a good over 2 seconds improvement. So we're happy with that one. Steve Marr and Stuart Sturgeon's Raptors. Stuart qualified this for the top 12 earlier in 12th position. And Steve learning this car. You had him talking to John Monroe at lunchtime if you were watching. That's a little bit of an improvement for Steve, 47.86. Into the big 2-litre class, over 2-litre class now, Steve Owen in the Harry Pigs OMS. Line 11th in class. And followed by Nicola Minges, wife of Wallace Minges, of course, and also daughter of George Cohill, who you saw earlier in the pink chevron, which Nicola drove last year when her own car was out of action. Steve Owen over the finishing line of 45.70, slightly slower than his previous run, stayed in 11th position. Now we know Nicola's capable of a good time in this car. She's qualified for run-offs a number of times and scored points and has held record here in the past, and is currently the hill record holder is Shelsley Walsh on the ladies' side. And Nicholas followed by Sean Gould in the Gould Judd. 47.02 for Nicola. A bit slower that time, and Dave Durant failed to qualify in the car for the first run off. So hopefully the car is running okay. But we'll wait and see as Sean Gould takes the car he shares with Matt Ryder to the line. They had some difficulty earlier on, as Matt explained at lunchtime, with getting the car engaged into gear, but he's away safely now this time, Sean. 2.11. To qualify the last time. As the track's slow, it's debatable. Difficult to tell from previous runners whether there's consistent slowness or in the track. It does look like Sean's quite wide at the last corner there, but he's over the line, a 39.57, so pretty equal with his previous effort. So that bodes well for the track being in pretty good condition. And we might get into 36s, and as Alex Summers was saying at lunchtime, maybe a 35. Going back and looking at the classes and over the 2 runs, which will give us the class winners, and they will obviously receive awards after the end of the meeting. In class C2, fastest there was Stuart Reid from his first run of 48.87, ahead of Jock Ramsey 51.18 and Alan Reid 52.48. In the over 2 litre modified cars, the class win goes to Stephen Darley at 47.74, ahead of Damien Bradley at 48.62, and Andrew Norris third at 54.96. Sports Labour's up to 2 litres. It's Matthew Price who wins that one on a 46.49, ahead of Stephen Mallet 46.89. and Brian Beverley 47.34. The over 2 litre Sports Labours, Simon Bainbridge wins that. These both from the first run. Simon Bainbridge 49.25 ahead of Duncan Barnes 49.58. Will Kerr wins the 600cc class as the only entrant. Up to 1100cc's, we have got a win here for Tom Weaver, 41.19, ahead of Gary Ward 41.36 and Stuart Bickley 41.75. Jimmy Harris wins the Formula Ford at 50.3, ahead of Sarah Bodsworth 54.16 and Paul Harris 56.18. And we can't go any further with the classes because there's still some cars to run. So we're now heading into the last batch of single-seater cars. And currently fastest qualifier is Tom Weaver on a 41.19. Ahead of Gary Warren on 41.36. So the 1100cc single seaters currently hold the top 3 positions in the qualifying for the British Championship runoff, but there's a good few more powerful cars still to run. I reckon there's 15 more cars who will try to qualify. And as you can see on the screen, in fact, well, I forgot Sean Gould, didn't I? Look at these numbers. I forgot Sean Gould. Look on the screen. I should look at the screen, not my paperwork. Sean Gould, the top qualifier, obviously, 39.57. And then Tom Weaver, Gary Warren, Stuart Bickley, Jonathan Fletcher, Alan Warburton, Steve Owen, Nicola Minges, Stephen Darley, Alan McDonald, Dwayne Bradley, and Simon Bainbridge. So the cut-off point now is 50.95 for Simon Bainbridge. So apologies to Sean Gould there for missing him out in my run through my paperwork. But yes, Sean Gould obviously the top qualifier at the moment. So there will be a little delay, I'm sure. A few cars and drivers will have to change. Seating in the single seater is a bit harder to swap drivers quickly with different seat positions, etc. And the first car we should see should be Gary Hill in his OMS. And yes, here is Gary Hill coming up towards the start line now. So racing cars up to 1600cc. We've had Alan Warburton already on this run having a 45.04. Gary was just behind Alan in the first runs. And a 46.71, can he get into 45s? And Gary's followed by Richard Spedding. Richard finished 10th in the first runoff, so we're trying to qualify again for this one. Gary Hill through the S's and round the last corner as Richard heading up towards Garden Gate. Gary Hill's time 46.58, a slight improvement, but leaves him in 4th position. So Richard Spedding has got David Warburton has been in opposition here. Richard fast through the kink in the middle. David Warburton has left the line and is setting purple sector from the off. So Richard Spedding to 39 before, to 40.19. So will that be good enough to qualify for this run off? David Warburton at 38.7 before. And came 6th in the run-off earlier. Straight line through the S's and round the last bend. That's going to be a 38 perhaps. 38.55, slightly quicker than his earlier run. And pops up to top of the qualifiers. Andrew Henson and Aaron Colborne on the hill in their 2-litre cars. So we finished with the 1600cc around to 2 litres. Jonathan Varley a massive lead in this class of over 7 seconds. Time for Andrew Henson 45.80 is a good improvement. Moving up Aaron Colborne into second. And John Cottrell the tail slide for Aaron Colborne at the top of the hill. He's looking to break 46 seconds in this, right? He does 44.28 for Aaron. So that's a good improvement, over nearly 2 seconds improvement, but still over 6 seconds behind Jonathan Varley. John Cottrell in the pull beam did a 55.65 to lead his wife Nikki in the first run, but then Nikki took a couple of seconds off that, so she did a 54.67. So John will be looking to beat a 54.67 in this run. We find a second. Ian Tucker from Devon in his OMS 28. So can John move up a couple of places here, John Cottrell. He's looking close to 50, no, it's a 56, he might lose a bit of time. 56.34 for John. So Nicky wins the battle of the crossers in this class. And just Ian Tucker and Jonathan Varley to go. Jonathan Varley leaves the line. 2.23 off the line. Not far behind David Warburton's best. And Jonathan's gone purple there in the Garden Gate sector. There's a break. Ian Tucker 52.91 as Jonathan streaks across the meadow. Toby's Bay, neat as usual, over Toby's Bay. On the straight line the S's. Round the last corner. That's a quick run for Jonathan again. 38.46. Not far off his first run. 0.2 of a second different compared to his first run. And just 1.4 seconds away from his class record. William Lockridge now in the turbocharged car class. He is third in class behind Sugden, Coles and Sugden. And Stuart Sugden follows him up the hill in the turbocharged Raptor. So time for William Lockridge of 40.73. Harry Pick, so no sign of Alec Coles at the moment, possibly still changing that part from Stuart Bickley's car. The sun's shining across the meadow now. And Stuart Sugden is over the top of the hill, over his break. And can he qualify with his run this time? Slower than the last time, though, it's a 41.73, so that might struggle to qualify. That's slower than the small single seaters, I think, of Tom Weaver. Yeah. Stuart Sugden there slower than both Tom Weaver and Gary Warren, just ahead of Stuart Bickley, so Stuart may have difficulty qualifying this time around. Harry Pick followed by Lindsay Summers in the AFS. That's a 41.86 for Harry Pitt. So it's Lindsay in the AFS. If you want to see Alex Summers out in this car, I think he may be appearing at the Curborough final in early October. Having a weekend in the AFS after the heat of the hill climb season is over. But Jack Cottrell coming up the line. He qualified earlier and in a really good 5th place in the runoff. Lindsay Summers at 50.69. Second improvement from Lindsay. So Puck and David Urendu following Jack Cottrell up the hill. David didn't qualify last time, uncharacteristically for David, 40.80. So can he get into the runoff this time? Jack Cottrell will. He's through the edges of 32.7. Even a 40-second run over the top, 39.71. Slightly slow in his first run, but should qualify. So Dave Uren needs to probably into the mid 39. Following runoff is 43.64 is the 12th fastest time. Varley leads the moment from Wallbottom Gold, Caution spreading. So David Wren, if he gets a high 39, he should be safe in qualifying. Even his 40.8 from earlier would be a good time to get him in. It's a much better run from Dave this time around. Again, it's only low 40s, but it puts him to 6th qualifier. And we've only got 5 more runners to go. First of which is Trevor Willis in the OMS. 3-time HillClimb champion. He's running this OMS for a number of years now. Won the 3rd of his championship in it. And possibly 2nd. If I could remember, but he's through the top of the hill, got a low, just catches the edge of the track, go over the finish line, 39.48 for Trevor, puts him into 3rd qualifier. So, still slower than Joseph Varley and Dave Warburton. Will Hall, what did he do? Finished 2nd in the first runoff by just 0.02 of a second behind Alex Summers. Who's the next car to run? So Will Hall goes top of the pile by 100 of a second. Ahead of Joseph Varley, 38.45 for Will Hall. So Alex was in the 36s in the first class runs. And then he won the runoff from Will. He's not a moment to show that he's quicker than Will through the sectors. Quick around the last corner. It will be a 37. 37.73 from Alex Summers puts him top. He really is very quick through the top half of the hill. Through the S's, through the twiddle a bit to the top, that DJ Firestorm was really planted. So Matthew Ryder leaves the line. And yes, he seems to have sorted the problem earlier. Both drivers got away well in those runs, so Matthew on the hill. And then Gary Warren in 12th position in the runoff. Listings. So no runner for Stuart Sugden this time. And Matthew up through junction, just slightly slower than Alex. In time of terms time, and slightly slower still. But this is not the one that matters, this is just qualifications. And he goes 2nd by a 10th of a second. Sorry if I keep breaking the conversation, but the cars are very loud outside the commentary box here. Particularly Wallace Mingies and his Gould, who's on the line ready to go. So now Tom Weaver is in 12th position. Gary Warren fails to qualify. Wallace off line 2.14. All the fast cars doing about 2.1, 2.15 at the moment. Matthew slightly slower than both Alex and Matt up to the junction. 19.91, so up to the entrance for the next timing point, and still a bit slower. He should finish in third perhaps for qualification. Maybe just ahead of Will Hall. We should see 37.95. Yes, he finishes third, qualifies just 2 tenths behind Alex and 1 tenth behind Matt Ryder. So the top 10 qualifications from the top: Alex Summers, Matt Ryder, Wallace Minis, Will Hall, Joseph Harman 5th, David Warburton 6th, Trevor Willis, Sean Gould, Jack Cottrell, Richard Spedding, Dave Yuen qualifying this time, and also William Rockridge in the Empire Wraith qualifying in 12th position. So just squeezed out of it are Tom Weaver, Gary Warren and Stuart Strickland. So now we've got John McKenzie on the hill in the Ford Cortina. Not a Lotus Cortina this, I don't think. It's a 1700cc engine. 58.46, quicker than earlier. And we've got another car on the line coming up, so maybe this will change. This is Alex Coles. Oh, this is Alex Coles. So top 12 runners could change yet, so William Lockridge will have to hang on to see what Alex Coles does here. Alex Coles having been changing his suspension part with Stuart Bickley. So Alex Coles still in it with a chance of qualifying. If he can beat William Lockridge, it's 40.73. They have a tie for Tom Wilson in the Mini with 60.79. So now Alex Coles, he's got to beat a 40.73 to qualify in this hastily repaired. He was really quick through junction there, and it's flying across the meadow. No problems at East Bray and through the Essex. So is it going to be a qualification? And it looks very much like it could be. Yes, a 39.95 for Alex. So William Lockridge is squeezed out of qualification at that last minute by Alex Coles, who qualifies in 10th position ahead of Richard Spedding and Dave Juren. So apologies to William Lockridge for getting his hopes up there, but Alex Coles took that late run. And so going back, Summers, Ryder, Minis Hall, Varley, Warburton, Willis, Gould, Cottrell, Coles, Spedding and Uren are your 10-12 qualifiers. So the sun's coming out down here at the start line. So, and it looks as though it's sunny at the top of the hill as well. So let's see what this does for the times in the first of our 2 runoffs now, which will be the tin top runoff. Okay, so just do my paperwork in order here for this Tin Top 10 challenge runoff. The last one of the season. We've had 9 before this one. This is the 10th one of the season. The top 8 scores out of 10 will decide the champion. And at the moment, the absent Roger Moran leads on 69 points. Simon Bainbridge has 62. But if Simon Bainbridge wins, he has a 1 point to drop. Oh, just a 1 point, which was his score at Prescott last weekend. So any good result here now for Simon Bainbridge would take him above Roger Moran. If he finishes second, he would get 8 points and 70 all total. Another contender is Damien Bradley, who is on 59. And we'll count all his points from today, so he has to win to get level with Roger Moran. Then I'll have to leave Tim Wilson to work out who becomes the champion. So the same 8 cars as you saw earlier on in the day will contest this Tin Top runoff. Slightly different order, as this time Damien Bradley will be going first as the slower of the 2 drivers in the Impreza. Just getting confirmation of that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just get confirmation of that. Damien Bradley will be going first, and then he'll come back down the hill to allow Stephen Darley to take the last run of the runoff. So Damien looked a good run. Damien said could win the championship, or certainly could now equal Roger Moran. So he'll be looking for a good run to start off the runoff. Then we have Jeff Twemlow, Jonathan Williamson, Andrew Norris, Jock Ramsey, Stuart Reid, again great qualification for Stuart Reid, Simon Bainbridge and Stephen Darley. And so here we are for the final Tin Top Challenge runoff of the year. Damien Bradley coming up to the line in Stephen Darley's Impreza. As I said before, the Legacy has had a engine problem and is been put to the side for this meeting. And we have Stephen's new Legacy, new Impreza for the 2 drivers to share. So Damien on the line, lined up, waiting for the signal to go. Revs rise and he's away. 1.99 for 64 feet. So Damien Bradley now up through Garden Gate in 16.68 and heading up towards Junction. We're quite close to barrier there coming out of the tunnel. 84 miles per hour, 25.15 at Junction. So he'll set himself, hopefully for himself, set a good time for others to challenge. 38.8 through the split of the S's. Should be a 46 maybe, just clips the edge of the road. 46.87 for Damien Bradley. That's a target for others to aim at indeed. The first run off was won with a 45.59 from Simon Bainbridge. So there's still room for Simon to get up there and beat that time of Damien's, I'm sure. To 46.87. He qualified at 46.96, so not much improvement over his qualification time. No, he qualified 49.96, sorry, because of course the track was slightly wet at that point. So that's set the target for all to beat, in particular Steve Darley, Simon Bainbridge and Stuart Reid, who are the top 3 qualifiers. As we often say, 2 seconds is a good time to 64 feet. It represents 1G, and if you get below that, you're feeling it. Particularly quick starters, Will Hall and Alex Summers are usually below in the 1.9s. I've seen, in fact, Will Hall in the 1.8s. One of the quickest cars off like used to be Alan McDonald's Mini Evo. And if those of you who've ever watched hill climbing down south have ever seen Nick Mann's Manic Beatty, it is phenomenal off the line. Phenomenal car all round, and it's just a pity we've never seen the car up here at Doune. For those who are unaware, it's a front engine 1700 turbocharged and turbine propelled four-wheel drive front engine, just a large sports Liber car. Enough waffle from the commentator. Here's Jeff Twemlow comes to the line. We're up to 15,952 subscribers. So come on, another 48 people, please. Oh, tin top update. To win the championship, Simon Bainbridge needs a 3rd place or higher. If he fails, Damien Bradley needs a win. If he fails, it goes to Roger Moran. I'm not sure how much clearer that is, but we shall see. Yeah, so Simon Bainbridge would be a 3rd, we should give him the same points as Roger Moran, but he would have 3 wins. Jeff Twemlow leaves the line, his last appearance at Doune this season. I'm sure we'll see him back again next year. Two and a half seconds down at the moment on Damien Bradley's time, but Jeff finished in 8th position in the first run off. We had a 55 second run. Qualified this time at 62 second when the track was probably at its dampest. So we're looking now at probably a 51, 52, maybe 53. It's 45 through the S's, so can he beat 55.5 from earlier on in the runoff? No, he can't. Just 55.98 for Jeff Twemlow. Always good to see Jeff here at the hill, and as not bad for an 80-year-old. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Jeff this weekend, but I'll maybe see him after the runoffs. Jonathan Williams through the line. These are a couple of black trails behind him as the wheels dig in. He's a 2.08, very quick time off the line, and that tells you why the black trail's left behind. 18.66, still by the time he gets to Garden Gate though, he's lost 2 seconds to Damien Bradley. That tells you how quick that Subaru is. And through the junction, 3 seconds a bit slower. but you should be quicker than Jeff Twemlow by a little part to the top of the hill. Very close to barrier in the last corner. Almost straight along it, but 53.32 for Jonathan. 53.32, so Andrew Norris got that to aim at in his Porsche. See, Andrew lives very close to Shelsley Walsh. I don't think that gives him any chance to practice at all, but he leaves the line. It's a 2.26 for Andrew. So we'll just leave that to see how Andrew Norris is. Well, quite a bit of delay because quite a bit of barrier damage if nothing else. So we shall leave the stream on, but we shall stop commentating for the moment till we find out what's happening. The good news is that Andrew is out of the car, so but there'll be a bit of time for me to recover the car and repair the barrier. So Andrew Norris is out of the car. So we're just repairing barriers here at Doune in between Oak Tree and Garden Gate. Andrew Norris has been walked to the ambulance, he's been taken away, but he's been looked after well, and I'm sure he'll be back down into the paddock shortly. The car will probably be left there until the end of the meeting before it's recovered. And to those on the stream who are debating about what happened, yes, the car did go over the bar in the trees before Garden Gate, and they will, I imagine, leave it there until the end of the meeting. Going back to questions about the points, yes, Damien was on 51 points after Prescott Gasman, and he got 8 points, and that puts him at 59. If they finish level, then the number of higher places, I think, will decide the split. So if Roger Moran and Simon Bainbridge finish level, then Simon would have 3 victories to Roger's 2, which would be sufficient to take the title. So yes, the winner of the BHT Tin Top Challenge will be the competitor with the highest total score from any 8 of the 10 run-offs. In the event of a tie, the award will go to competitors scoring the highest number of best places, and thereafter the competitor will set the highest score first. So if Simon Bainbridge wins this afternoon's run-off, if Damien Bradley wins the run-off and it's equal to Roger Moran, then he would take it. I'm just looking at this again now. Yeah, Simon Bainbridge comes third. In fact, Simon Bainbridge comes in first, second, or third. He would take the title from Roger, because now it's 3 wins to Roger's 2. If Damien wins it, then he would have 69 points, and he would be equal in points with Roger, but under the tiebreak rules, Roger scored, they both also have two wins, but Roger scored his first win first, so he would win the run-off, the challenge title. So until we have the final 2 runners, Simon Bainbridge and Stephen Darley, and we know where they all finish, yes, any of Roger, Simon or Damien could win the challenge still.
clear Printer for the two drivers to share. So Damien on the line, lined up, waiting for the signal to go.
So we've just seen on screen, unfortunately not here on site, on screen you'll have seen a rerun of Damien Bradley's current leading time in this Tin Top Challenge runoff. As you can see, still some work going on repairing the barriers here. So we should be back on the with the runoff here after the Fencing is fixed. Still got 4 runners to go in this tin top runoff, and then we have the top 12 runoff, and I can tell the runners and riders for that runoff and the order of running. So for the British Hillclimb Championship runoff, round 28, the order of running will be number 7, Sean Gould, number 8, Dave Uren, number 97, Richard Spedding, number 105, Alex Coles, 109, Jack Cotterill, 6, Trevor Willis, 10, David Warburton, 103, Jonathan Varley, 5, Will Hall, 1, Wallace Mingies, 3, Matthew Ryder, 4, Alex Summers. So going through it again, numbers only this time: 7, 8, 97, 105, 109, 6, 10, 103, 5, 1, 3 and 4. So it looks as though the fencing people are up at the top of the hill and turning at junction, and the rescue unit coming down the hill with the driver in situ. Fencing guys doing a intriguing 3-point turn at the top there. We've already got the recovery vehicle and the course car back.
Attention paddock. There will be a delay. Unfortunately, the driver requires further medical assistance, and therefore we need to transfer into a county hospital. Until the ambulance arrives and that transfer takes place, the doctor is out of action, and therefore we cannot continue. We'll keep you updated as much as possible.
So we'll just do it. If you're watching on screen, you may have heard that announcement from Tim Thompson, the clerk of the course. There will be a further delay so that we can transfer the driver to a separate ambulance, and because at the moment the doctor is tied up with that driver, and therefore we cannot continue the meeting without a doctor being available. So there's further delay.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy Race Car Series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
for the signal to go.
Yeah, hello from the commentator here. Everybody in the hill and the paddock. There'll obviously be a bit more delay here while we get the driver safely into the ambulance and settled, and then we shall continue with the meeting whenever this happens. So no time for starting, recommencing yet, but obviously we will let you know when that happens. And we are now back in action here at Doune after that lengthy break. Our best wishes go to Andrew Norris, who had that unfortunate accident. He's now been taken off to Larbert to the hospital. I will get the good, I'm sure, care there. But we have John Ramsey leaving the line now in his Opel Manta. And Jock passes where the new barriers have been put in place and up through Garden Gate and into the tunnel. So Jock finished 5th early on of these two runoffs. But you can see the rain is coming down again across the hill. So this will obviously affect the times of these later runners. You see Brian Martin left as Jock goes over the top of the hill and over the finish line. That's a 54.18, which puts him into 3rd place at the moment. Stuart Reid now on the line in this Peugeot 205. Small 1900cc car, no assistance from turbo or supercharger. Just very brave, good driver here and well used to the Doune Hill. So it's a bit slower than the best time of the day up to this point, which is Damien Bradley's. If the track is a bit wet, then that will be the case. Quick through a junction there, and heading off up the steep part of East Bray up to the top. Round very neatly and tidily, trimmed the cone and into the last corner. Tight line round there, over the finishing line. And that's a 49.67, another sensational run there from Stuart Reid to lie 2nd now, with just Simon Bainbridge, who won the first run off in this massive chrono, and Stephen Darley to come. So Simon finished the top 3. I think Simon would still win the challenge run off on count back from Roger Moran. We shall confirm that later once we have the scores in. He saves through up to Garden Gate and up through the tunnel. What the cameras don't show is the bend at Garden Gate. Bit of front end twitch there up through towards the junction, but it's safely through across the meadow. It's quicker at the moment than Damien Bradley's run. Oh, big slide at the top of East Bray. How much did that cost him? Cost about half a second. Tight into the barriers. A safe 2nd place would do. Are you okay? 47.25, and he goes into 2nd place. So just Stephen Darley left now to complete this runoff. Darley now a bit slower than the Simon Bainbridge at this point of the run. 75 into the middle, yeah, 1.5 seconds slower than Simon at this point. So it could be another 2nd place for Simon behind Damien Bradley. But Stephen Darley still got a few, but he's still 2 seconds down against Stephen's. Damien's down. How's that compared to Simon? That's 49.79. So in fact it goes 4th for Stephen Darley. So it's a 1st for Damien Bradley, 2nd Simon Bainbridge, 3rd Stuart Reid, 4th Stephen Darley, and then Jonathan Williamson, Jock Ramsey and Jeff Twemlow. So looking at the championship, That's 10 points there for Damien Bradley and 9 for Simon Bainbridge. 8 for Stuart Reid. But looking at the top 3, so 10 for Simon Bainbridge, 9 for Simon Bainbridge. The leaders are 1, and Damien Bradley counts all his scores, so I'm sure Tim Wilson will correct me if I'm wrong here, but 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, I reckon 70 for Simon Bainbridge, 69 for Damien Bradley. So by my reckoning, I think Simon Bainbridge has 70 points, Roger Moran and Damien Bradley both have 69. Then Stephen Darley will have 49, but that's still behind Stephen Moore's 50. Stephen Moore's 50. Stuart Reid, a good 8 points there for Stuart Reid, gives him 41. And pushes him up to just behind Stephen Darley. 49. I think Stuart Reid will finish in 6th position as he goes above Scott Moran and Ian Price. So just to confirm the results of that Tin Top Championship deciding runoff. First, Damien Bradley, 46.87. Second, Simon Bainbridge, 47.25. And third, Stuart Reid, 49.67. Fourth, Stephen Darley, 49.79. Fifth, Jonathan Williamson, 53.32. Sixth, Jock Ramsey, 54.18. And seventh, Jeff Tremlow, 55.98. And once it's confirmed officially by my unprovisional reckoning is that Simon Bainbridge has therefore won the Top 10 Challenge for 2024. So without further ado, without waiting much longer, we've got Sean Gould on the line for the first runner in this British Championship runoff. Sean Gould qualified in 8th position, but double driving with Matt Ryder. He gets away first. It's 2.14 for Sean to 264 feet. This will be the marker that he has to be measured against. And 13 seconds to Garden Gate, just over 13 seconds to Garden Gate. Just under 20 to get to Junction. I think under 18 maybe necessary to win this runoff. Through the S's, up through East Bray, up through the S's. 31.31. And over the line in 38.23. Sean Gould sets the marker at 38.23. So he'll now come back down, and Dave Duran will have his chance to score some points in this runoff. He failed to qualify for the first runoff. Dave is currently 6th in the championship on 103 points. Yeah, he still could be challenged by Sean Gould for that 6th place over this run and the next 2 runs. So he'll be looking to bag some more points for this runoff. The top 10 drivers in the top 10 are more or less settled for the end of the year. Paul Hames is not here this weekend. Is slipping down to 10th now and being overtaken by Jack Cottrell. But Paul, I believe, will be back out at Lowton, having a restricted season this year, sticking to mainly English events. And he also won the top 10 challenge at Gurston Down over the season this year. So hopefully we'll see him at Lowton Park and continue into next year's championship. Paul should still finish with a number 9 or 10. So Dave Uren coming to the line now in this vintage almost Gould GR55, ex-Martin Groves, championship winning car. Passed on then to Tom New and Wallace, who drove it for a year. And he's now coming up through Garden Gate. And he's 2.36 off the start line, so a bit slower than Sean, and he's half a second behind Sean at junction. If David Moore, a good 39 for David at least here. 39.02. That's possibly Dave's best run of the weekend. Yeah, so David Uren keeping the best to last. Richard Sperry on the line now in this 1600 GWR Raptor. Richard came 10th in the run-off earlier. Currently 11th in the championship with 21 points. So not such a successful season as previous. Paul Richard. Very close to the inside barrier there up towards Garden Gate. And up through the tunnel safely. Out into Stirling again. And that was so quick through junction. The little car runs through the rails almost. It really does look quick, these little Raptors. And he's over the line. That's a very good time from Richard. 38.17. 38.17. It's faster than Sean Gould. And that takes Richard into the lead after 3 runners. So yes, he will get a point, at least. Now we've got Alex Coles, who finished out of the points earlier in 11th position. 2.34 off the line. Alex is in 12th position in the championship with 20 points. So pretty level with Richard. Up
43.8. He is just a few hundredths quicker than Richard Spedding. And over East Brainerd, following through the edge. Oh, very twitchy through the edge. There's a bit of a correction there, very close to the barrier, but that's a 38.18. 100th of a second slower than Richard Spedding. But goes into second place and only 500th quicker than Sean Gould. Such are the margins in hill climbing. So here's Jack Cottrell, moved up to 9th in the championship after the earlier runoff, pushing Paul Hames down to 10th. And Jack's away. Very good start, 2.09, quicker than Sean. Of course, you can pass now with the leader now, Richard Spedding at 31.7. So here's Jack comparing to him. Off to junction, and he's a bit slower the time, like 2-3 tenths slower than Richard Spedding at the moment. Very close to calling the S's, but a neat line through the top corner with 38.91, which puts him into 4th position. So 4th position there for Jack Cottrell at the moment. He's a 5th place earlier on. So now Trevor Willis. This should be a quick one off the line from Trevor. 2.18. 3rd quickest so far. Up at the moment through Garden Gate by 1200ths and 3/10 at Junction. That's on Sean's time, in fact. Trevor, unfairly sometimes give the nickname Scary Trevor, but that's a really smooth run from Trevor Willis there, 37.53. That was a really smooth run all the way up the hill there. 6/10 in the lead over Richard Spedding. So Trevor's a bit of a big engined intruder into the smaller cars here. We've had Alex Coles and Richard Spedding. We've now got David Warburton in his 1600 car. Again a GR59. Suzuki engine in this one, as all the smaller GR50s do have. 2.11 off the line. So just at the moment, just hundreds disappearing as you go through various time traps. Upstone East Bray. Very close to the edge of the curb, very close to Cohen. And Reed around the top corner, 36 could it be, 37.59. Just mitted out by 600ths of a second. Goes into 2nd place behind Trevor Willis. Jonathan Valley now in the next of the smaller engine cars before we get the big 4. This is the 2-litre Predator, the Terry Davis engine. Ex-Graham White car. Now Graham White won a runoff here back in 2008 in this car when it had a Hart engine after he got rid of the RSV10.
And he did 36.25 at that time. John is very close in the 37s, some of his runs. Not the best start, 64 feet, but quicker than David Warburton. Just behind Trevor. Wide, fast through junction there, and the bottom of the meadow. At the top, well, a bit slower before. Oh, he's up now. He's up there in Trevor's. Can he do a 36 here? 37.3, but takes the lead. Great run from Jonathan Varley there. 37.30. Will Hall, he came so close to winning the first runoff here today, just 200th of a second behind Alex Summers. What can you do this afternoon? He's a 37, low 37. He has an attack over Joseph Varley. Will Hall's quicker, 0.3 at Garden Gate. And up to half a second out at the junction. Flying through the sunshine as they ready to break out the sun now. That's quick through S's. And in the last corner, close to bar as usual. That's a 36 surely. 36.51. 36.51. And that's the lead for Will Hall. How long will it last? 3 runners to go. Wallace is banging GR59 with a 3.3 litre Cosworth XD engine. Right away, 2.16. So comparing his time to Will Hall now. And he's slightly slower than Will up through the Garden Gate, but he's at the junction. He's lost a bit more time. 110 miles down the approach to junction. Will was 126. Up through the Torbay Spray, no problems there. Here's Wallace trying to run. But still 0.38 seconds down. It'll be a high 36.52. Another 100th of a second. 100th of a second slower than Will Hall. This is quite amazing, accurate, close speed hill climbing here today. 100th of a second between first and second. 100th of a second between 6th and 7th. I made 200th of a second earlier between first and second. So here come the two top contenders in the championship, currently tied at the top of the table on the best 21 scores. But Mark a bit less to drop than Alex. And 2.09 for Matt. It's like his name is Jack Cottrell, in fact. He's quicker than them all up to Garden Gate, 12.5. 2 tenths on 3 tenths now on Will Hall. Just clips the inside edge at the bottom of the middle. And that's a quick 1.36 now. This should be a leading time at the moment. Yes, really quick over the finish. 35.95. 35.95. That's the marker to lay down. We heard Alex Summers talking at lunchtime about getting into 35s, and there we have it. the first 35-second run today. So what can Alex do about that? If he looks to his left, you can see the time displayed on the monitor. But I'm sure he's concentrating on the way ahead. And very, very quickly there. 2.03, the best time for the first 64 feet in this runoff. And he's quick, he's up. He's up 12.1, 4/10 up at Garden Gate. And still up at Junction. 110 left down to Junction. 18.1. Smooth and silk up through the meadow and it's grey. This could be the winning run. Close to final run. Joe just a little bit, but yeah, he's done it. Does he? 35.59. And Alex Summers wins his second runoff of the day here at Doune and ensures that the championship runoff goes to Lowton. So the championship will go to Lowton Park. So that runoff decided in favour of Alex Summers, 35.59. Matthew Ryder, 35.95. Will Hall third by 100th of a second from Wallace Minges. Jonathan Varley, a great fifth for Jonathan Varley. And Trevor Willis sixth with Dave Warburton just behind in seventh. Eighth place for Richard Spedding. Ninth for Alex Coles, recovering from a fairly bad start to his day. Sean Gould picked up a point for 10th. Well, Jack Cottrell and Dave Uren are the ones who miss out at the end of the day. So, at the end of a incident-packed day here at Doune. Obviously, there will be a prize giving for the prize winners here outside the Secretary's office. But at the end of the day, thanks very much to all the marshals on the hill who have been out in all sorts of weathers today and yesterday and had to deal with a number of incidents. Thanks to all the marshals, thanks to the organisers, the Lothian Car Club, thanks obviously to the doctors and medical crew who did a great job looking after Andrew Norris, and thanks to all you drivers and spectators and supporters for coming here and staying to the end of this exciting day's hill climbing. Thanks to the sponsors, Nova Motorsport, who sponsor the British Hillclimb Championship, and BMTR, who sponsor the British Hillclimb Cup. We shall reconvene, some of us, at Lowton Park in a couple of weeks' time, and the championship is still to be decided between Matthew Ryder and Alex Summers. So that's for me signing off for the moment. Thank you for John Monroe for helping me with the commentary earlier in the day, and we shall see some of you at Lowton Park in 2 weeks.